Hello, sorry, I am a couple minutes late. I am alternate juror, and thank you for joining me today. Good morning, Gabrielle, and good morning, Stormy. Thank you guys for being here. Uh, sorry, my throat is very dry today, so sorry. Gabby has weekend was kind of a little crazy. I'm trying to get back to her comment, and really, anyway, Gabby said, that's driving me nuts. She saw the comments. I don't know if anybody else would even look, but Mr. Tucker and I have been communicating back and forth on um, one of the days of his trial. He is supposed to let me know how the hearing goes today. He did not think that it was going to be streamed just because he's going to appear by Zoom. It's just going to be motions. As long as the gag order does not get put back in place, he is supposed to contact me and we will set up a time to do an interview probably today. So I've been kind of watching for that. And I was checking this morning. I thought maybe that judge would put a time on there, but he did not. Uh, so I don't know what time that was. And I just forgot to ask him. we were just I just forgot to ask. I was like kicking myself this morning. Good morning, Hamilton. You lurk away, girl. We will be lurking right back at you. But anyway, all the communication has been good. I'm glad that we both were adult enough to just take a step back and communicate and get to the point where it's like we're on the same team here. We're on the same side. And again, I completely 100% defend his original reply and comment because I would have felt the same way. And I don't know that I would have come back. And I didn't expect him to. And so it was a nice surprise. And I hope he and I can get it worked out and we can connect and get him on stream. Again, it will not happen if that gag order gets put back in place. And he does expect Mr. Mansfield to ask for that to be placed today. He feels okay about this judge, I think. We haven't talked like in depth about it, but it's got to be better than Judge Tsai. So, and he's going to make a motion to dismiss the whole entire thing. So if he gets lucky at that one, then it's over. Don't know, I don't know what will happen. But we'll see. So that's the update there. I do have a couple child dates updated. That I'm not sure how to say her name. That Banak Landon child that Meg that was here last Friday was talking about. That starts July 15th. She, I believed, unalived a 6-year-old girl. So, adults and children. I think it was her husband's girlfriend or something like that. I don't remember. Looked that up. It sounds awful. That's July 15th. Obviously, we've got Sarah Boone coming up in May. Chad Daybell starts April 1st. And I don't know if he's here yet or not, but if Adair shows up, I'll give him this update again. Then Billy Wagner's trial was supposed to start in May. It has been pushed till January 6th of 2025. I believe there was at least two people from the Roden family there. When the judge said that, they just got up and walked out. They were not happy. But I didn't realize that he had been transferred to New Hampshire, that Billy Wagner was not in Ohio. So interesting. So that is that. I know Hamilton was watching Robin Howington. I watched a little bit of her direct Hamilton, and at the very beginning of her cross, because when she took the stand, and the prosecutor basically was nailed her in the first question of, "You told a story we haven't heard today, right? You've told this story, and this story, and this story, now this story." I was like, "Yeah, lady, you're in trouble." So, she was found guilty of unaliving her child and tried to blame it on one of her stories was blaming it on her 2-year-old. I don't know if it was an accidental discharge because I didn't watch all of that. Hamilton probably knows would definitely know way more about that than me. Her sentencing is April 19th, so we may pop in on that one. And yeah, where have we heard that blame it on your other child before here recently? What is wrong with these mothers? Yeah, I did. I noticed it did not take them long to come to, uh sorry, my hair's driving me nuts, a verdict. She went down about as hard as Shonda did. Okay, so because I'm not sure exactly how this week is going to go, I'm not sure exactly how today's gonna go. I may, uh I'm laughing at Hamilton's was serious, and then Gabby came in. So, because I'm not sure exactly how this week is going to go, I've decided to do this trial that just happened last Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in Tennessee that I talked to you guys about. It's Haley Brown is her name, and I can't tell her age, and I because I know there was a verdict and I didn't want to know what it was before you guys found out, so we all found out together. I didn't look up um, the news to see her age because honestly, I didn't think about it till this morning. And then I was like, you idiot, you can't look that up now because the verdict is, I believe there was a verdict Friday. Um, so I can't tell her age exactly. She is charged with vehicular unaliving um, by intoxication, account of vehicular unaliving with recklessness, and DUI. She is charged with unaliving her fiance, who had the same last name as her, Jason Brown, by speeding through Dixon, Tennessee. I guess she was going 60, which they say for that road was a high rate of speed, and she lost control. She hit a power pole. And then he didn't make it. She had a blood alcohol at point 0.1 something. I was trying to write everything down, but I was been really busy this morning, and I also didn't want to I want to hear it with you guys first, so I just kind of heard opening statements. Prosecutor's very direct with the defense is claiming um, the police are going to use, I think he said, their own colorful language about how the investigation has gone, and so that doesn't sound like it maybe went well. So I'm gonna want to do that. I want to watch that. Um, it's in Judge Wolf's courtroom, so it's kind of like the Colorado Letitia Staunch or whatever her last name is, Letitia, whatever, another bad mom. So it's him, then the whoever is questioning, and then the table down at the bottom where you can see defense and counsel, but you don't ever get a good close up of her. So that's why I don't have a picture of her in the thumbnail because I don't have one. I tried to get one because there's just a little bit, and then uh, I could. It's fine. This other thing that I did was better. So this wasn't on like court TV or Law and Crime. This was in his courtroom, and that's where I saw it was just in his courtroom. So, like I said, we'll do it today, Wednesday, and Friday, and we'll have it done by the end of this week, and then we can see what else is happening and go from there. Audio seems well. I have tried to. I don't know. Me and my husband and my son had a big long conversation yesterday about my connection issues. I privated the stream from Friday, one because of connection issues, two because my son was not feeling really good about me putting up Larry's picture, so it's fine. I don't wanna cause anybody any issues, especially myself, so I just private it, but it didn't go well anyway. So, we've talked about some things, and hopefully I'm not running into issues today, but he gave me some tips of what to kinda do if I do. One is throw my computer, that's my tip, and get a new one. Tip number 2. So, all right, I've got this up to opening statements, with the, prosecutor. Let me make sure I've got everything turned up because I could alrighty. I guess I have to hit play over here. Oh. I I yes, Hamilton. He was just worried that, s an unknown consequence could linger out there somehow, somewhere, and he's like, "I've just seen people go down for less," and he was just more looking at my my protection, and that was what I wanted to do. I wanted to drop kick it across the yard and let the dogs chew on it for a little bit and see if that helped. But also, I know they've been working on it and they are preparing for April 8th. Uh, like I told you guys Friday, we are my in the path of totality that day for that eclipse. They are expecting hundreds of thousands of people to converge to our area. I will not be streaming that day because there is no way that I will have the internet to do it. They're like, prepare for a disaster, go to the store before they get here, make sure you have cash, make sure you have gas in your car, like, and don't leave. Don't leave your house. Uh, so they're like, there's not probably going to be good cell signal. It's just going to be a bad day, and I'm not even going to try. Um, I don't even. My husband doesn't even know if he's going to be able to come home from work because it's basically all hands on deck everywhere. April 8th, Gabby. It's a Monday. So when that eclipse is coming through, we are in the path of totality. So we'll go from being daylight to dark for like 4 minutes. And Bloomington, where IU is expecting 300,000 people. My little town of 2,000, I have heard, is expecting 70,000 people. I don't know where they're going to go. So, yeah. All right. Let's start this, and I'm going to see what my dog's barking at real quick.
In the Circuit Court for Dixon County, Tennessee, at
You know
Charlotte,
how the sound
May
is.
term of the grand jury 2021. Count one. The grand jurors of Dixon County, Tennessee, duly impaneled and sworn upon their oaths, do present that on or about October 3rd, 2020, in Dixon County, Tennessee, and prior to the finding of this presentment, Haley Jordan Brown, then and there, did unlawfully, recklessly kill Mr. Jason Lee Brown, date of birth 5/10/1987, by the operation of a motor vehicle, the killing of Mr. Jason Lee Brown being the proximate result of Haley Jordan Brown's intoxication as set forth in TCA 55-10-401, and as operator of said motor vehicle in violation of TCA 39-13-213A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count two. And the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present and say that on or about October 3rd, 2020, and prior to the finding of this presentment, in the county and state aforesaid, the said Haley Jordan Brown, then and there, did unlawfully and recklessly kill Mr. Jason Lee Brown by the operation of an automobile. The killing of Mr. Jason Lee Brown being the proximate result of Haley Jordan Brown's conduct, creating a substantial risk of death or serious bodily injury to a person in violation of TCA 39-13-213A1, all of which is against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count three. And the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths aforesaid, do further present and say that on or about October 3rd, 2020, and prior to the finding of this presentment in the county and state aforesaid, the said Haley Jordan Brown, then and there, did unlawfully, while having an alcohol concentration in her blood or breath of 0.08% or greater, drive and or physically control an automobile and or motorized vehicle upon a public highway and or an area frequented by the public at large in said Dixon County, Tennessee, in violation of TCA 5510-401, all of which is
So one more thing, just for anybody who thinks this is old, I already told you guys it's not. But anybody coming in late, this happened in 2020, but they just tried it, and I don't know what the holdup was for 4 years, almost 3.5, 4 years. I have no idea. So this is not an old trial, but the accident did happen a while ago.
against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee.
To that indictment, how does the defendant plead?
Your Honor, defendant pleads not guilty to all charges.
Not guilty plea is entered. Ladies and gentlemen, the next step will be the opening statements of the attorneys. And we are now arrived at the moment of lunch. So it's at noon.
Sorry, I didn't have
We will recess until 1:15 for your lunch break. And when you come back, if you will follow the instructions of Officer Howell, we'll have you in the.
I thought that was when I watched it, it wasn't right there. This is how my day has gone so far. So bear with me. It's Monday. It's after the time change. It took my dog one night to figure out where 4 a.m. was again. He woke me up an hour later on Sunday, and then but
So
this
the
morning
attorneys. So
it's right
Mr.
there.
Arnold, for the state, you may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all are about to see proof that on October 3rd, 2020, just a little bit before 8 p.m., there was a violent motor vehicle collision on West Walnut Street in Dixon, Tennessee, in Dixon County, Tennessee. A vehicle, you guys will hear testimony from a crash reconstructionist, that a vehicle being piloted by Haley Brown was in speeds of about 60 miles an hour coming around a curve on West Walnut Street, lost control on that curve, started doing something called side slipping, creating what's called a critical speed yaw, ends up overcorrecting, striking a sidewalk, and then striking a telephone pole, which spins the vehicle around completely. In the process of this occurrence, the passenger in that vehicle, Jason Lee Brown, lost his life. Now, y'all won't just hear testimony, because you guys will see, y'all will hear some testimony from some citizens who responded, who live in that general area, called 911, heard it, responded onto the scene. But you guys will also see body camera footage of responding police officers to the scene. Y'all will see Haley Brown on that footage, on the scene, interacting with Eric Chandler, an officer of the Dixon Police Department. Y'all will see her interacting with Sierra Progel, another officer for the Dixon Police Department. And you guys will hear testimony from those officers and will watch their footage. Over the course of an investigation that evening, Ms. Brown will be transported to Dixon Horizon Medical Center. You guys will see, again, body camera footage. You won't watch the entire thing continuously, but you'll see a lot of the body camera footage from the beginning through this process. You guys will see her being treated. You'll be able to form your own opinions about her state. You will ultimately see around 10:40 p.m. Sergeant Summerhour from the Dixon Police Department interacting with Ms. Brown, asking her, reading to her something called the Tennessee Implied Consent Advisement. You guys will see a copy of the form that she signs, agreeing to give a sample of her blood. Y'all will hear, in addition to hearing from Major Christian, who's a crash reconstruction expert, you guys will hear from Special Agent Forensic Scientist April Bramlage of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, who tested that blood sample for the presence of ethyl alcohol. You will hear from her that the BAC of the sample that was drawn at 10:48 p.m. from Haley Brown is 0.161. BAC. This is at this point 2 hours and 48 minutes almost after the collision with the power pole. You guys will hear testimony from Special Agent Forensic Scientist Melinda Quinn, also of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, that there was also active THC intoxicant in that blood. Now, in addition to that, you guys are going to hear from a medical examiner. In fact, you'll hear from the medical examiner, Dr. William McLean, a little bit out of order. Before you hear a lot of the proof that I just described to y'all, you guys are going to hear from the medical examiner that Jason Lee Brown died as a result of the blunt force trauma that you will ultimately get the evidence resulted from that collision. And that was, in fact, the cause of Mr. Brown's death. After you hear all of this evidence, the state of Tennessee is going to ask you to find Ms. Brown guilty of the crime of vehicular homicide by intoxication, vehicular homicide by reckless conduct for that 60-mile-an-hour speed that you guys are going to hear about on a low-speed road in the middle of the city of Dixon, and driving under the influence for operating a vehicle with a BAC in excess of 0.08 gram percent. Appreciate your time and attention. Thank you very much.
I hope they show us the police video.
Right.
I'll have to see you back there. That would be disappointing.
Good afternoon. On October 3rd, 2020, Ms. Haley Brown and her fiance, Jason Brown, left Waverly to come here to Dixon to eat at Xander's Pizza. And you'll hear this in the proof. They ate pizza. Admittedly, they had a beer. After that, they go to the Oktoberfest at downtown Dixon at Main Street. Sometime shortly before they left, you will hear a witness who's familiar with Miss Brown as well as Mr. Brown identify Mr. Brown as too intoxicated to drive. That witness will further testify that Miss Brown showed no signs of impairment and that she was completely comfortable with Miss Brown driving. You will hear testimony that shortly thereafter there was a wreck. And then you'll see the body camera footage. Miss Brown is frantic, panicked, and distraught at the loss of her fiance. You will see and you will hear from the proof that her emotional state was exacerbated by medical personnel on scene and later by the Dixon Police Department at the hospital, making it almost entirely possible, we would submit, to tell anything about what her emotional state was or what the causation of that emotional state was. The investigation as to Ms. Brown's intoxication or lack thereof is wrought with problems. In fact, you'll hear testimony from the Dixon Police Department using some colorful language about their own investigation, and we'll get to that later. It's a sad situation that we're here today. It's a very sad situation. But when you hear the proof, we submit that you'll be unable to determine that Ms. Brown caused the wreck and caused the death, or that she was intoxicated or impaired when that happened, or that she acted recklessly. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Arnold, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state of Tennessee calls Brianna Brown to the stand.
Teamwork makes the dream work. You think? You don't think he just has nice hair? His hair reminds me of my dad's. It looks pretty similar to that, and I promise it's not a toupee.
Good afternoon.
Good
If you,
afternoon.
if you would please, and speaking into the mic, tell us your name and spell it for our court reporter.
Brianna Brown, Breanna Brown.
And who is Jason Lee Brown to you?
My dad.
Okay. I'm going to pass up a photograph, and I want you to tell me if this is a true representation of him as he was alive.
I wonder how old she is. Well, she's got to be not a minor.
Is that a
Yes.
good representation of your dad?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'd like to submit this as the state's first exhibit.
All right, the live photo will be exhibited as Exhibit 1.
And they don't show us this.
That's all from me. Mr. Spratt might have some questions.
I tried to see if they showed us this picture. And
Thank
they
you,
don't.
Ms. Brown. You may step down. You may have a seat in the courtroom if you'd like, or you may leave.
I'm telling you.
Mr. Arnold, do you want to demonstrate that photograph to the
Yes.
jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state legislature has passed a law that allows the introduction of a single life photograph to demonstrate what the individual who was killed in the situation appeared to be during his lifetime. So that's the purpose of this photograph.
Oh, his daughter looked young, but not minor. I guess she wouldn't be minor young because he wouldn't have showed her. I'm trying to judge the age that they are. Gabby, hairspray, blow dryer is my dad. Like he blow dries it that way and then he sprays it down.
All right, Mr. Arnold, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is appearing by Zoom. It is Dr. William McLean, medical examiner.
All right, I'm going to admit him into this proceeding.
So I think the witnesses are not allowed to be in there until after they testify. So I don't know if it'll fill up as it goes. Again, I've wanted to watch this with you guys, so there's a lot I haven't seen, and I hope it just doesn't suck. And his daughter left. She didn't want to stay there.
I don't know if you have access to him, but there he is. We are ready now.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. McLean. If you could please raise your right hand, let me place you under oath. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good afternoon, Dr. McLean.
Good afternoon.
Dr. McLean, if you would please tell the jury who you are and what you do, and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is William McLean. That's McClain. And I am a forensic pathologist and medical examiner. I perform autopsies on individuals in order to determine their cause of death.
And how long have you been a medical examiner for Davidson County in Tennessee?
About 3.5 years.
And where were you employed prior to that?
Bexar County, Texas. That's where San Antonio is.
Okay. And how many years were you there?
5 years.
And I've got a copy here of your CV. If you would please run us through the high points of your education and experience.
Sure. I obtained my Bachelor of Science in Biology with an emphasis in forensics from the University of Texas in Arlington. And then I attended medical school at the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston, where I got my medical degree. I completed an anatomic and clinical pathology residency at the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio. Did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, also in San Antonio. And I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And have you ever been certified as an expert in forensic pathology for the purpose of testifying?
Yes, sir.
And have you been certified as an expert in both Tennessee and Texas?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would like to submit Dr. McLean's CV as the state's next exhibit.
Mark it as Exhibit 2.
And I would like to proffer him as an expert in forensic pathology.
Any questions, Mr. Spratt?
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. McLean will be certified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
And did you have an opportunity to perform the medical examination autopsy report for decedent Jason Lee Brown?
I did.
October 5th, 2020?
Yes, October 5th, 2020. Yes, sir.
Now,
So long. I'm really curious.
what was the cause of Mr. Brown's death?
Blunt force injuries.
And Your Honor, I've got a copy of the medical examination report in this case. If I could submit that as the state's next exhibit.
All right.
But I didn't want to go look it up because I didn't want to spoil the verdict for myself. I just want to see where we all land.
And in your professional opinion, were those injuries consistent with injuries one would sustain in a motor vehicle collision?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Mr. Baker might have some questions for you.
Mr. Baker?
Sorry, it's not funny, but okay.
Dr. McLean, would you characterize those as consistent blunt force trauma consistent with an unrestrained passenger?
I think that one was pretty obvious, though.
But these kinds of injuries could be seen with someone who is unrestrained, yes.
All right. And if you could take me through what's remarkable about if someone was unrestrained, what type of injuries would present in this case, specific to Mr. Brown?
Well, when someone is restrained or unrestrained, if I recall correctly from the scene photographs, the significant intrusion that the impact had on the passenger door, these injuries would be consistent with. There's nothing specific about these injuries that say that he must have been unrestrained, given that significant intrusion into the passenger cavity where I understand he was seated.
Okay. And the manner of death, what did you determine the manner of death to be?
Accident.
Accident. And you may not be able to answer this question, but had Mr. Brown been restrained, would the outcome of his injuries, could they have been different?
I don't believe so. No, sir.
Don't think so? All right. Can you describe what the fatal trauma to Mr. Brown was?
Well, I wouldn't. Just reviewing here, I know that he's got significant injuries across the head that have created what I describe as eggshell type fractures of the skull. And I think that description vividly captures the appearance of his injuries. His brain was therefore lacerated significantly. So that is a blatantly obvious example of a significant injury. And then in the trunk, from the neck to the pelvis, he's got rib fractures that have injured his lungs, and that would create pneumothoraces and hemothoraces that would prevent him from being able to breathe, though, and those certainly would be fatal injuries, but they would take more time to become fatal than the injuries to the skull and brain.
All right. And would those injuries be consistent with being unrestrained and going into the dash or the windshield?
They would be consistent with that, yes.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Is that going to be your
Redirect.
that he was unrestrained, so he did it? So it's his fault? I hope not.
Did you find anything in your examination that would have killed Mr. Brown had he not suffered a motor vehicle collision?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see
Baker?
how this works out.
In the toxicology, what was the effect of the toxicology, the alcohol in this system?
Well, I see that he's got what is generally considered to be an elevated concentration of alcohol in his system. There are generally well-established characteristics that people display at different concentrations. Each person, of course, has different levels of tolerance. So I'm not 100% familiar with it, Mr. Brown's drinking habit, but as a generalization, at 0.258 grams of ethanol per 100 milliliters of blood, Mr. Brown would be expected to exhibit signs of intoxication, lucid behaviors, less inhibited behaviors, lack of coordination, poor decision making, slow reaction time, those kinds of things.
You can also be vomiting. Is that correct? 250.
Yeah, again, generally speaking, when people are drunk, they're more likely to vomit. I'm not sure how well Mr. Brown handles his alcohol, so to speak, but
Well, needless to say, the motor function is impaired at 258. Is that a fair statement?
for most people, some people who are raging alcoholics and have been doing it for years can tolerate that, but for most people at that concentration, they would be exhibiting clear signs that they are intoxicated.
And some people, let's say hypothetically, at a 0.16 may show no signs of intoxication, correct?
That's right.
All right. No further questions.
Mr. Arnold?
Judge,
That last
those are the
question was
state's
good, though.
questions for this witness.
All right, Dr. McLean, thank you for joining us. I'm going to ask you one question of my own. Having all your time in San Antonio, do you remember what March the 6th, 1836 represents?
I sure do.
Thought you both would, so.
Thanks for the help from the Tennesseans.
Yeah, well, when I first came back from Texas Law School and went to,
Tell stories.
I sent a copy of a case where one of our judges said that if it weren't for this great state of Tennessee, Texas would still be a Mexican province. So,
That's right.
all right. Thank you for your attendance. We're going to release you from further participation.
Thank
Was
you, Judge.
March 6, 18, whatever he said, the day like they fought at the Alamo?
Mr. Arnold, you may call your next witness.
I thought he was
Your
going to
Honor,
ask a
the
question.
state of
Ron.
Tennessee calls
Good
Jeremy
morning.
Holland to the stand.
I thought he was going to ask like a question.
He's out in the front.
So I do have a little bit of hope that we will see the body cam when he put that, when he put it on 4 screens and took that one up to the Zoom, even though we didn't need it there. So hopefully he does that with the body cam. But to me,
Would stand right here, turn face
this is what's going on every single day in our courtrooms, not these like sensationalized trials that we're doing too. But this is what our system is.
How's it going this afternoon, Mr. Holland?
It's going good.
Okay. If you would, please tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Nope,
It is
that
Jeremy
was
Holland,
the first
Jeremy.
major witness. The first one was the guy that
Tell us
was
what happened on
alive in the
October
car,
3rd, 2020 that brings you into court
it
today.
was one question.
I was in my backyard, hanging out with the family, and I heard a car, like the brakes swell, and then an impact, and then like 2 more impacts. So I got in the truck and drove up there to see what was going on, and there was a car in the middle of the road, pretty tore up, and a couple there checking on the people from like another vehicle. And I walked up to the passenger side, and the guy was slumped over, bleeding pretty bad.
And was he in any way responsive?
No.
And did
Probably
you have
so.
occasion to see whether or not there was another occupant to the vehicle?
There was, I believe, a lady driving. I didn't talk to her or anything like that.
And do you remember about what time this was?
I do not. I know it was in the mid-afternoons. I'm not sure what time.
Could it have been just before 8?
Could have.
That's not afternoon or afternoons.
And do you know what street it was on?
Yeah, that would have been West Walnut Street or Walnut Street.
Mr. Spratt might have some questions for you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so afternoons. Maybe that stretches to 8.
Afternoon.
You said you heard tires screeching and then you heard 2 to 3 impacts.
Yeah, it was like one, and there was a brief pause, and then another. It was almost like somebody hit a car and it hit another car or something like that.
So these were booms.
Yeah, they were pretty good, but
Do you recall, was this, you said mid-afternoon, was it nighttime or was it daytime?
it was kind of later afternoon, almost night. I don't think it was real late.
Okay.
Like I said, I can't recall exactly what time.
But you're sure you heard those impacts?
Yes, that's the whole reason I went up there.
Okay. And you heard the tires screeching first and then the
Yeah,
impacts.
I thought somebody had pulled out in front of somebody or something there at the street.
You thought something may have run out in front of somebody.
Yeah.
And you didn't interact with the driver or the female? Okay. Those are my questions.
Mr. Arnold?
Nothing further for this witness, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. You may step down and you're released from your subpoena if you'd like to go about your business.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next witness.
Your Honor, the state of Tennessee calls Christy Parchment to the stand.
Sorry, I saw my little signal that tells me I'm having connection issues again, so I was doing what they told me to do. I didn't even hear any of those questions.
How are you doing this afternoon, Ms. Parchment?
I'm great, thank you.
If you could please tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Christy Parchment, Kristy, Parchment.
And if you would please tell us what happened October 3rd, 2020 that brings you into court today.
Might have cast a spell or
I
something.
had gotten something to eat and was headed back home. Coming down Walnut Street around the curve, I noticed that there was a vehicle that had just had a wreck. And there wasn't any law enforcement or fire there yet. So there were some civilians there. So I stopped to see if there was anything that I could help with. I walked around the passenger side of the vehicle and noticed, I looked to see if there's anybody in the back, and of course there wasn't. And I looked in the front passenger seat, and there was a male slumped over the center console. I tried to, see if he was okay. I said, "Sir, are you okay? Or can you hear me?" I'm not exactly sure. I don't really remember what I said, but he appeared to be deceased.
I took it down, Larry.
So I walked around the front of the vehicle and to the driver's side, and Miss Haley Brown was already outside the vehicle. And there was another lady standing there with her. So I approached her and asked her if she was okay, and asked her her name, and she told me her name. And then by this time, fire had arrived. And so we kind of walked over to the side of the road in a grassy area by the fence. And she sat down, and I kind of squatted down in front of her, was just talking to her, trying to get some information to see if she was okay. If she didn't appear to be hurt, but that didn't, physically, visually, she didn't appear to be hurt, but I didn't know if she knew where she was or anything like that. So I asked her, her name, or not her name, but how old she was. And she told me that, but I don't remember that, of course. She told me where she worked. And then, she started screaming did I kill him? Did I kill him? And she was like pulling out the grass beside her. And I tried to calm her down. You know, I kind of grabbed both of her arms and was just kind of like rubbing them to see, you know, to try to calm her down. I said, I don't know. I said, but let's talk and let them worry about trying to help him at this moment, you know, because she was screaming. So she calmed down and she told me, she said, you know, I'm not a bad person. You know, I'm not a bad person. And we just had a conversation. I can't remember everything that we said, you know.
Weird reactions, but
And then not
not
long
good.
after that,
You never
one
know.
of the officers had said, can we move y'all down out of going towards, you know, the ambulances? I think another one had arrived, so she was able to get with them. And when we walked down and they started talking to her, I went over to Officer Deloach and told him, I said, I think she may have been drinking, or someone may have been drinking, because I smelled alcohol when I was talking to her. There was also another lady standing here beside us when we were sitting down over there, or when she was sitting there. So I said, you may want to check her to make sure.
Thank you very much. Mr. Spratt might have some questions for you.
Me too. Every day that I stream.
So
That's
you
me.
didn't hear anything, you just stopped and came up
Yeah.
on the wreck, right?
Yes.
All right. And you saw Miss Brown outside the vehicle there?
Yes.
And then you spoke with her, she gave you her name, she gave you her age.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. And you said she was sitting in the grass, right?
Mhm.
You said she was pulling at grass,
Yes.
That is so
desperation,
true.
sort of like pulling at the grass, like,
I mean,
looking for
you
something
could
to
tell
hold
she
on
was
to.
upset. There was some, you know, you could tell she was upset.
Okay.
So
And do you have any medical training at all?
I have had in the past, but
You have?
yeah.
Okay.
What is it?
But she was asking you if she killed him, right?
Mhm.
And you thought the best course of action was to change the subject, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's not my responsibility to tell
Right.
her what's going on with him.
But as somebody that had, whether you had medical training or not, you just thought it was best to change the subject, right?
Yes.
To try to keep her as calm as possible.
Yes.
Okay. And you said someone may have been drinking, you're not sure who it was.
I smelled alcohol when she was squatted down in front of me. There was another lady standing here, so I wasn't sure who it was coming from, because
Okay.
they were both quite close to me. So I just mentioned it to the officer.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Mhm. You're welcome.
Judge, those are the state's questions.
And they're moving through these witnesses quick.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are released from your subpoena. You may stay or you may go as you choose. Mr. Arnold, you may call your next witness.
I think anybody
Your
has
Honor,
stated
the
it.
state, thank you. The state of Tennessee calls Melissa Phillips to the stand.
Melissa Phillips.
Good, stand right here, turn face the clerk, raise your right hand, please.
Based on this swear affirm testimony given in this case, be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good
I
afternoon, Ms.
agree,
Phillips. If you would please tell us your name
The
and
person's
spell it for the
asking
court
way more
recorder.
questions.
Melissa Phillips, Melissa Phillips.
And if you would please tell us what happened the night of October 3rd, 2020 that brings you into court today.
And scoot to the microphone.
I didn't see the accident itself, I just heard it. I was the first one there. I tried to help, but both of them, but I couldn't. Sorry. When I got there, I was on Freeman Avenue,
which
I
was on the
might
next
too.
street over. And I heard them coming up the road. I heard 2 initial impacts. And I saw the headlights spin. I got there. Haley was on him, like over him, trying to wake him up. And I tried to help him, but he had no pulse. At that point, I just tried to help him because I couldn't tell her. I was just trying to calm her down.
So it sounds like he
Do
probably
you
passed
remember about
away.
what time this was?
About 8, 9 o'clock at night. I just had a baby on September 28th, and we were just released from the hospital. And I was actually taking her over to see her grandparents.
Is there anything else that you remember from that night about anything anybody said or did?
No, it was what it was, and I just
I'll fill you in on a break, Adair. I also have
About how long was
another
it
update for
before
you.
other folks started to get
Good
there?
morning.
I don't. It was probably about 5 minutes after. Like I said, I pulled her out of the car. I just wanted to try and get her name and stuff because I didn't know if she was hurt too. And it took quite a while for the paramedics and stuff to get there.
Thank you very much. Mr. Spratt might have a couple questions.
All right, give me just 1 second. Adair, this is a trial of Haley. And by the way, guys, I did not spell her name wrong. I know the caption's spelling it different and it's usually spelled with an E. But it's not. I did confirm that. The woman sitting there in the middle with her hands up to her face like she's praying, probably is praying. She is on trial for drinking, driving, running into a utility pole, and as a result of that, her fiance passed away from the accident. So she has 2 counts of vehicular, unaliving, and DUI. The accident took place in 2020. This trial actually took place last week. I don't know what the holdup was. Also, Billy Wagner's trial has been delayed until January 6th of 2025. You'd been asking about that. I saw that update, and so be a while. But that's the firm date. It is happening that day, is what the judge said. Whew. It was her fiance. I don't think she did it on. Nobody has said that she's did it on purpose. It just he was more intoxicated than her. He was 0.25. She was 0.16. And I think she drove because he just couldn't, and she thought she could. But nobody has said that they thought she did it on purpose yet, or had the opening statements didn't lead to that. But this prosecutor doesn't ask a lot of questions. But I think her defense attorneys at least are asking. I thought they did better with the medical examiner than the prosecutor did, and it was his witness. And she was 0.16 2 hours after the accident. So they're, I guess, probably insinuating that she was on her way, down as far as where she would hit on that scale. I am not a doctor or nurse or a police officer that works with that kind of stuff.
Right.
Ms. Phillips, you gave a written statement in this case, didn't you? Okay. And you said that you heard 2 impacts.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you can, let me know about how close were you when you heard those?
Well, Walnut Street is like this, and when you're coming up Walnut, there's a bend right there.
Mhm.
I was on Freeman Avenue, which would have been that street right there.
Mhm.
And like I said, it was at nighttime, so you could hear everything.
Obviously.
I heard him coming up the road, and I heard the first impact, because like I said, it's a little bit of a curve right there. Heard the first impact, and then second impact was a little bit harder. The transformer obviously blew, and you could see the headlights. At first, I thought that they had rolled because the headlights were spinning, but it was just from the car spinning.
Going in a circle.
Yes, sir.
And you said you were trying to help Miss Brown, correct?
Yeah, I went over to him first because,
Sure.
but then she had blood on her, so I was
Sure.
trying to help her as well.
And you said you couldn't tell her about him. You were trying to calm her down, right?
Yeah.
And so you made the decision that it would be unwise to tell her about that, right? Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Arnold?
No, Judge, those are the stated
Thank you, ma'am.
questions.
You may step down, Ms. Phillips. You're free to go if you'd like, or you may stay and watch. Mr. Arnold, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state of Tennessee calls Dixon Police Department, I believe Sergeant now, Eric Chandler to the stand. Eric Chandler.
I mean,
And Judge, this
I can get around her
witness
VA's
will
QR.
have some body camera footage that will be playing. I don't know if it will be all right with Your Honor for me to play from.
I hope we see this. I don't know if we do.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
And if we do, it may not be blurred out. Just keep that in mind.
How's it going this afternoon, Sergeant Chandler?
Doing good, sir.
Now, before I start playing your body camera footage, I'm going to ask you some initial stuff. If you would, please tell us who you are and what you do.
I'm Eric Chandler. I'm a sergeant with the Dixon Police Department
And how long have you been with the Dixon Police Department?
since 2013.
He's not great.
And were you with the Dixon Police Department October 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
If you would, please tell us what happened on that day that
Yeah.
brings you into court today.
I was dispatched to a traffic crash with injuries.
And where was that crash?
West Walnut, and I believe they dispatched us to Freeman Avenue, right in that area.
And that's one street over, isn't it?
If not,
Yes, sir.
write it down.
What time were you dispatched?
Yeah, I did. I saw that video.
Around 9 o'clock-ish, I think.
And that's what always
Uh,
happens.
Are you
They
sure
will.
though?
I'm not, no, I'm not
Would it
100% positive.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the Dixon Police Department report from that night?
Yes, sir.
I don't think I've ever heard a witness on the stand when it's your witness go, "Are you sure?" Usually they just say, "Could it possibly have been whatever?" Then you know you got it wrong. And then they just gave you the answer.
I think you might almost have to look at the second page from the narrative section.
You talking about Mackenzie Sharilla?
And I understand that's not your report. That's, I believe that's Sergeant Summer Hour's report.
Yes, sir.
Send it to me, but I don't know if I'll play it on here because that seems to be where my issue started Friday.
It says 2,000 hours.
Judge, I'd object to the hearsay. He can refresh his memory with it, but if it's somebody else authored it,
I'm sorry, you're objecting?
to the hearsay, it's not his report. It's just to refresh his memory.
It's not his report. I don't believe it'd be admissible, but is he using it to refresh his recollection?
I just wanted him to look at it to refresh his memory, Judge, not to read from it or to introduce it.
Overall, this is just for the purposes of refreshing his recollections.
2,000 hours, sir.
Is that 8 o'clock in regular person time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. I'll take that back.
Gabby, are you and Stormy talking about the same person? Am I confused?
Now, if you would, tell us what you found when you got there.
There was a wrecked vehicle. One of the other officers was trying to gain entry to the vehicle on the passenger side. We were not able to because of the wreckage. The fire department then got on scene and was able to get into the vehicle. There was also several people there, witnesses, and there was a female that was yelling over behind where I was at the crash vehicle, who we later identified was the driver of the vehicle.
Okay. Now, are you equipped with what's sometimes called a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And was your camera recording that night?
Yes, sir.
And would you recognize footage from that camera if I was to show it to you?
Yes, sir.
Now let's see whether or not I can successfully show it to you.
All right, Judge. Don't let me down. Put 4 frames up.
This is on
I don't know if he
tape 2.
can. Oh, warning. This may not be blurred. Let's show us. Don't show us your password. Yes, you did. That's why I was getting confused.
That's not the footage. Hold on.
Oops. Oh my gosh. What are you doing, prosecutor? Oh, don't show us your files. Let's back out. Yeah, I just showed my daughter and her friend playing ukuleles. Is that what those were? I don't know. I don't know. It's like- Hey, lawyers in tech. Lawyers in tech. Ow. All right,
Does
remember
this
the beep.
appear to be your body camera footage from that night?
I believe so.
It's all good, Stormy. I thought you were, and I thought she was, and then I got confused.
Get ready. 120 Central. I got a glove on you. What's up? You need to cut Christian online. Boss him on needing to respond out here for this accident. Possible fatal. One 20 Central. I got tag along. Tennessee, Young 1699 Yeah. Hi guys. Let's go. Let's get right. Okay.
She's very distraught. Very.
Did somebody hit her or what?
I don't know.
Hey, we probably get an ambulance in route. Yeah.
Jason,
Let's go this way. Hold on here just a second. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Talk to my mom.
You will.
Talk to my mom.
Let's go with me.
Talk to my mom.
You need to call me. Hey, this is driver. I don't know. She's with the medical.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Please talk to my mom. Please talk to my mom.
Yes.
Mama. 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 Raymond.
not kill Jason. Please. Please. I'm in Please don't get me mess. That's my stepdad. I'm fine. No. I'm fine. I'm 28 years old. I just turned 28 on September the 6th, 2019, down to 22. I turned 19 years old. Please talk to my mama. Please talk to my stepdad. I don't have anything to tell him right now, okay? Please. Alright, just kind of watch it. I'm in Dixon. I'm in Dixon. I'm in Dixon. No. Where am I at? Dixon, Tennessee. I'm in Dixon, Tennessee. Where am I at? You're on West Walnut Street. I'm west on Walnut Street. You got anything to drink tonight? I've had something to drink, yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. I've had something to drink. Okay. Am I going to the hospital? Yeah. Yes. You're probably going to be going to the hospital. I'm going. He said, yes, sir. I'm probably going to the hospital. Yes, sir. Which one? Horizon. Yeah. I'm going to get another ambulance out here to check on you. He's got another ambulance out of the way. I'm so sorry. I've never meant to do this to y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Mama, I'm so sorry. Mama, I never meant to do this. We need to get you off the phone, okay? They need to check you out, okay? I'm gonna go, okay? They need to check me, okay? I love you. I promise I won't move it. I know Jason's okay, okay? Okay. I love you. I pray to the Lord. I love you. I just want to get you out, okay? They're dealing with him right now, okay? It's okay. Okay. I haven't heard up there where they're at. That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know. I just want you to sit right here, okay? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, that work stuff, Chrissy.
I need them to leave him. I got Red's on the way. Okay, Red's on the way. Okay, as we said, we don't have to leave everything in. Yeah. Just if you'll handle that for me, I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do you have any chance at anyone? She's a piece to go in. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if he's gonna walk over to that car or not, so. I'll tell you in just a second.
46 should be around.
We should all just go on strike. I told y'all just to write a note to your boss and tell him you would work Tuesday and Thursday gladly. I don't know what else to tell you to do. I'll just write him a note and say they're going to work Tuesdays, Thursdays. They expect the same pay and they're going to do a little less work. Okay. Chrissy, this trial aired last week in Tennessee, in this judge's courtroom. That's why it's kind of weird. The woman that I don't know how much you saw that's sitting there at the, in the middle there. She is on trial for 2 counts of vehicular unaliving and 1 count of DUI for driving while intoxicated. And she hit a utility pole and it I sounds like probably on impact unalived her boyfriend or her fiance. Um, so she she's she's on trial for that. Um, I don't know. Again, I've said this 1,000 times already today. The accident happened in 2020. This trial happened last week. So it was uh, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Monday. Sorry, I'm doing my own schedule. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So we will be able to uh, do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm trying to read your guys' comments. Gabby, I don't know what's happening to you at all right at the moment. So, yes, Hamilton, I'm with Adair and Chrissy and all you people. Vaughn, we all appreciate you guys working. And being here. Mostly being here. Outside. I'll write a note. I'll just tell me where to send it.
Is that an accurate representation of the first several minutes that you were on the scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you would please, run us through some of the stuff that y'all, had to do on the scene as part of the investigation.
So from the get-go right there, after we identified who the driver was, we want to get her medical attention. I'm also having to get our captain at the time, Todd Christian, en route because he is a crash reconstructionist. Anytime we have a possible or fatal crash, we always contact them and have our reconstructionist en route to look at the crash and what happened. So I'm trying to coordinate that. And obviously, we still have calls for service that are coming in too as well.
Gotcha. And did you also speak to numerous fire and medical on the scene?
Yes, sir. We're coordinating with them once they got to the point where they said he was deceased. I told them not to touch anything because at that point it's become a crime scene.
Now, did you guys also collect statements from numerous people on the scene?
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if you can remember off the top of your head, but were some of those people coming in and out of the courtroom before you got here?
Yes, sir.
Gabby.
Now, within moments of where we brought the video to here, does Officer Reprobel come?
Yes.
And while you're doing all the things you described, did she pretty much stay with Miss Brown that evening?
Yes, sir.
Me too. I feel the same way.
Now, I'm going to skip a little further on and play some more. I believe the next bit is going to be you touching base with Sergeant Summerhour, who's also working on the case, I'm pretty sure.
All right, guys. Again, I don't know. So just be ready. It sounds like maybe he has skipped some parts, so maybe we don't see the car. Maybe he doesn't walk to the car. I don't know why he just didn't put it up on the TV instead of having to show it this way.
3 drinks is what she said.
Did she specify what drinks? Say you an alcoholic drinks or?
All I remember, she said she had 3 drinks because Jerry.
Now, do you recall what Sergeant Summerhour was working on when he called you to ask you questions from the scene?
A search warrant for blood.
She went from that to screaming at me. That's how she was riding the highs and the lows. And she was on the phone with her mama too. I guess it was her mama.
This guy
Mm-hmm. And I was going to tell you, I can smell the alcohol on her.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear.
Yep, I can smell the alcohol on her.
Because I was in the back of the ambulance and I didn't smell anything, so.
Hey, I can smell alcohol on her. She's got bloodshot eyes. She had slurred
I never
speech.
made it in front of her, so I couldn't see her.
She's got slurred speech. She's got all the indicators that you're looking for.
Okay. I'm trying to work on the search warrant. I'm fixing to do 2 search warrants.
Fixing to do
Okay.
too. I love the
You
South.
gotta get the hospital's blood too?
Probably.
Yeah.
So we told Sergeant Chandler she had 3 drinks where she and her boyfriend were attending Oktoberfest.
She didn't tell me that. She told fire personnel about the Oktoberfest. They just told me that.
Yeah, sad things happen like this.
And you could smell the alcohol?
Mm-hmm.
It's weird that that guy didn't smell it. It was there, obviously, in her blood test, but it's kind of weird.
You smell it coming from her breath.
Mm-hmm.
She had bloodshot eyes. What else?
Bloodshot watery eyes.
What the heck?
Bloodshot watery eyes.
And she was slurring her speech.
I thought I was under attack.
Do y'all's body cameras split up about an hour at a time? When they record?
Yes. It overlaps.
Well, so
I have never been to a Piggly Wiggly. I think I need to maybe make a road trip.
and before I continue to play it, so what is your training and experience on DUI enforcement?
I mean, just my experience, my years of service, we were trained on it at the police academy.
And are there certain telltale signs that you guys look for, generally speaking,
Yes, sir.
when you're interacting with someone?
Yes, sir.
And the things you described at Sergeant Summerour, if you'll run us through those and explain, sort of what they are and.
So, he asked if I could smell it on her breath, which I could whenever she was up close, whenever at the part of the video where she grabbed a hold of my traffic vest, we got pretty close and you could smell it on her. And then, of course, just looking in her eyes, you could tell they were watery, bloodshot, as we were interacting. And then while she was on the phone with who she said was her mother, I never confirmed who she was on the phone with. She was slurring her speech. That's what I saw, observed.
Okay. And that's based on your training and experience.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play the rest of the bit of it here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, we tried to play it, everything. I had to private the stream from Friday. It's on there, but sorry. Oh, there's those girls again. Yeah, it was a really cute video. Just the guy laughing at the name, and as hard as he was laughing, it had me laughing. That's what I think. I don't know. Is that what they have? Because Howie.
Well, suffice it to say, does your conversation with Sergeant Summerhour go on a little bit longer,
Yes, sir.
as you recall? And did you try to give him all the information that you had at the time?
Yes, sir.
Um,
That was dumb.
All right, Your Honor, I would like to submit the video recording the Chandler's body camera footage as the state's next exhibit.
There they are again. I think those are ukuleles.
And once Officer Reprobel got to the scene, as I asked, did she pretty much take point on the defendant and then you handled a lot of the rest of the stuff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that include making out tow reports and inventories and all that sort of thing?
Yes, sir.
In fact, is that what you were filling out when you were also talking to Sergeant Summerhour?
Yes, sir. That's the Dixon Police Department's tow form.
Okay. And y'all ultimately, where did you guys tow the defendant's vehicle to?
I think it was Christie's Towing, if I'm right.
Okay.
I'd have to go back to my tow form.
All right.
That was
Oh, these closed
2020, and it's been a little bit.
Fair. But did y'all more or less take it into custody for other officers to examine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you guys seal it up with evidence tape and all that? Or were you not the one that did that?
I don't think I was the one that did that. I don't recall that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Mr. Spratt's going to have some questions.
Yes, sir.
Switch out laptops here.
So I wonder if the defense is
Brett, if you
going
know me well,
for, sorry, the fact that the two witnesses that just heard it said there was 2 bangs. That officer, I think it was, wouldn't that officer just ask in his body cam if somebody hit them? So I'm wondering, it's not going to matter because she was clearly drinking. If they're saying that somebody else caused the, again, won't matter because she was drinking, so it's automatically going to be her fault. But if somebody else hit them and then that person left, I don't know. I was confused. It was reading TOE, on the closed captions until the state said tow, and then it said TOW, Chrissy, so I get it. Oh, they have to be politically correct, Hamilton, so they don't get canceled, and I'm with you. But I can tell you stories that I heard from my brother, not that he was in trouble, but we used to have a pretty hefty police officer in the little town I used to live in, and he would tell people, because he could just tell if you were going to run from him, and he'd tell, don't run from me, don't run from me, and they would run from him, and he would catch them, and he made sure to land on them. So my first thing you just hear like, oof, dumb teenagers. So they may look like they're not quick, but I think some of them are, even at that size. I'm not going to say his name on stream. I just remembered it, but
well, if
never
you're
mind.
going to say something you want me to hear, you're going to have to quit mumbling and say it loudly. What are you asking?
I'm asking if there's an outlet for the laptop here.
Yes. You're probably talking to the wrong person anyway. Officer Howell's in charge of our technology right now. So.
The tech guy.
We know it isn't you lawyers. Yeah, Chris, I laugh every time he tells that story. But yeah. So I guess if you run and then the big fat officer lands on you, you get what you deserve. Yep. Yep. They are quick. But then I'm also with Hamilton. There's some of them, they haven't ran that.
So you interacted with Miss Brown on the scene, correct?
Yes,
For
sir.
a brief amount of time, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you go and you're starting to try to secure the presence of Sergeant Christian, right?
Captain Christian, yes, sir.
It's
Major now, but captain at the
Major
time.
Christian.
Well,
All right.
Yes.
Anyway, Officer
Yes.
Christian, okay.
Mr.
And Officer Summerhour, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you interacted with Haley Brown for about 2 minutes, right? At the first of that video?
Roughly, yeah, sure.
Okay.
However long the video says.
Okay. And then you had no further direct interaction with her again until
Later on.
that night, way later on that night,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So at 8:05, and correct me if I'm wrong here, and we could play this back, but you asked her, have you had anything to drink tonight? She said, yes, sir, I've had something to drink, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She didn't specify whether it was alcohol or not, did she?
No, sir.
Okay.
I know.
And then do you recall around 8:08,
Excuse me.
you tell Officer Deloach that she's admitted to you that she was drinking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She hadn't specified that, had she? No? Yes or no?
Good answer.
She said she'd been drinking, yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. And then by 8:26, you tell Officer Deloach, she admitted to me I've had a couple of drinks, right?
I believe I said that, yes, sir.
Okay. And she hadn't said that, had she?
No, sir.
Okay.
Got it misconfused in the
Okay.
chaos.
Definitely a
Okay.
thankless job most of the time.
And that was at 8:26. Fair enough? You believe it if it was on there?
Whatever's on the video,
Okay.
yes, sir.
All right, so at 8:30, you tell Officer Summerhour, she's admitted to me that she's had at least 3 drinks. That's 4 minutes later.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how much chaos in 4 minutes? It went from admitted to drinking but didn't specify, then she'd had a couple of drinks, then 4 minutes later, it's 3 drinks.
Well, I also referred to him too, that I got some information from the fire department too,
Okay,
that I said right after that.
okay, so if I played that whole video, I'd find that on there. Or you
Hamilton.
got information from somewhere else.
Yes, sir. You
I
should
would.
see where I talked to the fire department. Yes, sir.
You sure about that?
It
Oh, I
should be
think
on
they're
the video if
like
it's
that.
there.
You've got to be able to pass.
Okay.
I don't know that, I don't think they ever recalled a number on the.
Well, that's what I'm asking about. Because you got from the fire department that they had been at Oktoberfest and that Mr. Brown and Mrs. Brown, or, and Miss Brown had been into a fight, right?
Yes, sir.
Right prior to leaving because some guy was hitting on her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you didn't get anything from them about numbers of drinks or alcohol or anything like that, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. And this phone call, I'm at 8:30 when we're at 3 drinks, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. The phone call that we just showed where you're calling Officer Summerhour, he's back at the Dixon Police Department trying to get a search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you he couldn't smell any alcohol on her, didn't he?
Yes, sir. You did.
All right. And so you are the sole probable cause determination as to whether or not she was drinking, correct? On the
Yes.
scene, you were the sole probable cause determination, right?
Well, he was, yes, sir.
Okay. And at best, your probable cause determination by 8:30 is false, at best. Whether chaos or not, it's still not correct, is it?
I think it is, but
Well, you don't, so you think it's correct for you to just add numbers of drinks that she didn't say that she had and you said she admitted? You think it's correct to make up stuff that she said?
there was the rest of what also that you're missing there, the slurred speech.
Okay,
Other things
well, let's
that
talk
were-
about the slurred speech. You don't mention that until 9 o'clock whenever you're talking to Sergeant Summerhour or the bloodshot. You don't mention any of that until you're on the phone with him trying to get a search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's fair to say then that you're just trying to make a probable cause determination because you heard Sergeant Summerhour when you said, he asked you, was the blood coming from her breath, didn't he? Sergeant Summerhour, or Officer Summerhour asked you that, didn't he?
Was the blood coming?
I'm
out?
sorry, was the smell coming from her breath?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said yes, and he said what? That's what I wanted to hear, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you hadn't mentioned anything about any of this yet until you get on the phone with him some hour, at least an hour, maybe more after this crash, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, the only information you had prior to that was Major Christian telling you that you could get a search warrant if you said you could smell it. Right?
I'm not, well, could you repeat that?
You knew that if you said that you smelled that alcohol, that you could get that search warrant, didn't you?
Because I could smell the alcohol.
Okay.
Hamilton.
But you hadn't said anything about bloodshot eyes or anything like that until 9 o'clock, an hour later, had you?
No, sir.
Okay. And the watery eyes, you do realize that her fiance just died, right?
Yes, sir.
So would you not expect somebody to have watery eyes when that happened to them?
Yes, sir.
We're the fluffy club. I
And the
believe.
slurred speech, you have no idea whether or not that's because she was upset because her fiance had just died, do you? Can't say that, can you?
Yes, sir.
No, you can't?
No, yeah, no.
Okay,
sir.
sorry, I just wanted to make sure okay. So, and you called her combative at one point. She was reaching out and grabbing anything she could grab, wasn't she?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you characterized her as combative.
Well,
I
yes,
didn't
sir.
see her
She
be
grabbed a hold of my
combative.
traffic vest and I had to get her off of me.
So,
Okay. Were you threatened by her?
No, sir.
Okay. So she was just reaching, she reached and grabbed a hold of the EMS personnel that was right there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she was grabbing grass and everything, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
it does not make her combative. I think it just makes her stressed.
Did you, so you then provided admittedly at best incorrect information to get this search warrant, right?
Ooh.
The only thing that was incorrect was the drinks, the amount of drinks.
That's kind of important, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
The combative part. I did not see her be combative.
Did you provide the number of drinks? Do you know who did the crash report, the electronic crash report?
I believe Major Christian did.
You believe Major Christian did? Did you provide him with the number of drinks that went in that report?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No, sir.
Okay.
I don't know if I did.
But
or
if you
Sergeant
did and it
Sumner
jumped up
did.
to 4, that'd be yet another just mistake.
Well, I know he done a little bit further investigating than I did. That went into his report.
But he didn't interact with Miss Brown, did he?
Not
that
on the
night.
scene that night. No, sir.
Okay. All right.
I think the investigation is on trial, Adair. I don't think the cop necessarily is. I think he's just questioning the investigation.
And she gave you her name and age and everything like that when you talked to her there at the first?
Yes, sir. There was a little discrepancy on the age. Because she said that she was 19. It's on the,
Well, I'm gonna replay that for you, and I want you to show me where she's slurring at.
She did give a weird answer about
You got anything to drink tonight?
I've had something to drink, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I've had something to drink. And
I couldn't hear
not
anything
during
she
that
said.
portion.
But she seemed like she was having a hard time breathing, maybe even hyperventilating.
Yes, sir. That's why we were getting her medical attention to get her looked at.
Okay. And you don't have a clue what could have been causing her to do anything at that point, right? I'm gonna play some more for you here later on, just to track where this went.
Oh, yeah, well, she told me, I asked her, I said, you have any drink tonight? She said, I had a couple of drinks. That's what we figured out from when fire was on there, they left Oktoberfest, and they were getting into it.
So she didn't just say it nonchalantly, I've had a couple of drinks, did she?
No, sir.
Okay. Now that was 8:26. We started at 8:05. Play you one more.
right, to the hospital, just to be on the safe side. There's nothing physically wrong with it.
Probably.
But I don't know what y'all want to do, because blood. Yeah, the guy that's gonna deal with that just pulled up, so I'm fixing to get him over here. What we want to do is sedator, because that's gonna mess up your kids. Yeah, absolutely. Right, so I don't know. Yeah. You know what I mean? Let me go, this is the man right here that's fixing to deal with that portion of it, so. So Red is fixing to give you the DUI portion of this.
He's fixing to do what?
I think you're fixing to get the DUI portion of this.
Okay.
She admitted to me that she's had 3 drinks.
Okay.
I guess she was kind of telling them in there, they left Oktoberfest up here. They were arguing because some dude hit on her, and then boom. They did this, and she's killed boyfriend. Yeah. So, and you can smell alcohol on her. Now, here's the thing. We're getting blood, we need to hurry up and do it because she's going wild back there. So.
We don't want to sedate her?
We'll stop that real quick there. She was going wild, right? He said.
Yes.
Do you know of anything that happened to her to make her go wild? Were you around when that happened?
No, sir.
Okay.
Unless we have to, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to mess up anything.
Well, there's not a question of if we're getting the blood.
I know,
It's a matter of,
I know,
I think,
right.
somebody's been hurt. So,
Yeah,
yeah, we've got to get blood. So
but that's what we're doing with right now.
I'm gonna stop again, and I apologize for stopping and starting, but I'm noticing some things there. You told Officer Summerall it was important to get blood right then, right?
Yes, sir.
Why would you say that?
Because they were talking about having to sedate her.
Okay. Well, would it also be fair to say that getting blood right there would be the best indicator of what somebody's blood alcohol level was when they were driving?
Well, yes, sir.
Okay. And they were talking about having to sedate her because she was upset.
Yes, sir.
that's not an option. at
And
this point.
she's incriminating herself the more she's sitting in there yelling.
Let her keep talking.
All right, hey.
And so the last statement you made is she's incriminating herself. Nobody advised her of her rights, did they?
No, sir.
Okay. So just to sum this up, we've embellished probable cause. You're the sole probable cause, and she hadn't been given her rights, period, at all. And you're telling Officer Summerall what he wants to hear. Is that fair?
That's your take on it.
Well, is it fair? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
I think he's just questioning how he even got the warrant for
I'll tender the witness, Judge.
what they were
May
doing.
Redirect.
They would have, I think probably because there was a death in the accident, they probably would have taken blood
From
anyway.
8 o'clock to 9:06 is an hour and 6 minutes, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That whole time, are you getting information from all kinds of different people on the scene?
Yes, sir.
Did she smell like booze?
Yes, sir.
Like enough that you even remember it now?
Yes, sir.
And all that stuff that you told Officer Summerhour and that you described to me as signs, is all that true?
Yes, sir.
Now, he mentioned, did y'all Mirandize her? Is that a Dixon Police Department ambulance?
No, sir.
Was she under y'all's custody and control at that minute?
No, sir.
In fact, what was your, look, obviously you're concerned with justice. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
What other considerations are you guys concerned with on a scene like this?
Her safety and her well-being.
So,
That's why I asked for a second ambulance to get her checked out.
and you got to manage all that at the same time, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Yes, sir.
Anything further, Mr. Spratt?
Briefly, Your Honor. Sergeant Summerhour, let me ask you this. Did you interview Miss Phillips or any of the other bystanders that showed up on the scene?
I'm Sergeant Chandler. Said Sergeant Summerhour. I don't know.
Sorry. Sergeant Chandler, did you interview any of the other witnesses, or did somebody else do that?
I think someone else did. I know we got some statements from them.
Okay.
But
And-
that's simply handing them a piece of paper, write down what you saw, getting it,
Mhm.
moving
Okay.
on, paperwork.
All right. But Sergeant or Officer Summerhour said he was in a closed ambulance with Miss Brown and he couldn't smell any alcohol, didn't he?
That's what he said on the phone, yes, sir.
Now, something that you mentioned later on in that phone call there, and that would be blood that would have been drawn upon Miss Brown going to the hospital.
Yes, sir.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Anything else?
Actually, just one, Judge. So are you familiar with this Oktoberfest thing that the fire EMS was telling you about?
Yes, sir.
How far is this wreck location from the location where Oktoberfest is?
Maybe a mile, roughly.
So real close.
Yes, sir.
And is all this here in Dixon County?
Yes, sir.
Those are my questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant Shanley. You can step down and
Yes,
we'll
sir.
release you from your subpoena. Arnold, you have another witness?
We do, Judge. This is a long one and involves even more video. I didn't know if Your Honor wanted to do the 2:30.
Well, we'll go ahead. We usually take an afternoon recess at 2:30, so we'll go ahead and take that recess now. We'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Folks, I would remind you of my instructions. If you were to go outside to enjoy the weather,
Go outside and enjoy the weather. GSBS? What the heck? What are you trying to say, Chrissy? None of us are angels. We've all done stuff we aren't proud of. That is for sure. I think that line of questioning, obviously her BAC came back as 0.16. But I do think that it was probably more important for them to get it before they sedated her. And did they get it? I'm not a nurse. I don't know. So were they able to get it in the ambulance before they sedated her and then take it to the hospital to be tested? And that's the 2-hour window? But if that's the window, we need Roseanne here. If that's the window, once they take your blood, I assume then that's not changing, right? It is what it is at that point. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud here. All right, no sound. Not sure what that I'm not sure what the DA was just doing right there, a little dance. The heck you doing? Showing off your kicks? Thought maybe he was gonna do a trick. Back handspring down the aisleway right there. That would have been awesome. He's ready to go. Give me. Well, she's kind of a pretty little deputy for my little. Wow. Okay. Little. I wasn't ready for that. I thought it was hilarious, Bon. Did she end up getting charged, Stormy? I don't agree with that kind of stuff happening at all. because that's not right. So I think that is very, very wrong. Oh, Gabby, I can't even imagine what the answer is going to be here. So did this guy. He was 0.25. She's 0.16. Gabby. Is that true? Is that true? I think that could only happen to you. That is so funny.
We ready to bring the jury in?
Lucky.
No, we're missing Mr. Spratt. He was just here. There he is. Sorry, Judge.
He was out there buying some new shoes like the DA's got on.
Oh, goodness, yes.
Yeah, that just
We're ready.
it's like a joke. No, that's funny. I agree. Sorry. Hey, Adair. It just is what it is. But I agree.
All right. Mr. Arnold, are you ready for your next witness?
You are, Your Honor. The state of Tennessee calls Sergeant Sierra Reprogel to the stand.
Wasn't she just up there? Yep, she was. She was trying out that chair before she.
Around officer, sergeant, others, and raise your right hand and be placed under oath.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, self.
I swear.
How's it going this afternoon, Sergeant?
It's good. How are you?
I can't complain.
Say by the mic,
If
we
you
will.
would please tell us who you are and what you do.
I am Sergeant Sierra Reprogel. I work for the Dixon Police Department. I'm a sergeant over patrol.
Now, if you would please spell your name for the court reporter.
SIERRAREPROGAL.
Now, were you employed with the Dixon Police Department back on October 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
If you would please tell us what happened that evening that brings you into court today.
I was patrolling the road. I was field training officer at the time. I was training officer Owen Huff. We heard a call come out for, I believe it was an MVA, motor vehicle accident with injuries. I heard Sergeant Chandler and Corporal Deloach go en route to that call. They got on scene pretty quick. I then asked Sergeant Chandler if he needed backup or needed us to do anything. He advised we could direct traffic. We got on scene. He asked me to stay in the ambulance with Miss Brown while Officer Huff directed traffic. I stayed in the ambulance until they were ready to take her to the hospital. We went to the hospital and Major Christian,
That sucks.
Sergeant Summerhour, and Sergeant Chandler then relieved us at the hospital after the motor vehicle accident.
Now, are you equipped with what is sometimes called a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And would you recognize footage from that night if I was to show it to you?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, if I may have the court's permission, I'm going to play from attorney's table.
What is sometimes called a body-worn camera? What else is it called? I like in Georgia, they wear it right here. So you're seeing eye level, not this stuff down here that gets blocked all the time. Where's those girls? Think they've learned yet? Hope that's not your daughters. And if it is, change your screensaver if you're going to be using your background if you're going to be using it in court. Aw, I hope it's nothing serious, Chrissy.
We've been together since.
Does this appear to be the body camera footage
From that evening?
Yes, sir.
Now, Officer Reprogel, I'm going to play a handful of segments from that evening, and then I might ask you some questions about it as we go along.
Yes, sir.
She said M.
And is the individual in that ambulance known to you as Haley Brown?
Yes, sir.
Really?
And actually, this evening isn't the first time you ever met Miss Brown, is it?
Well,
No,
I'm
sir.
sorry, Vaughn.
Did y'all go to school together?
Kids are better.
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
Waverly Central High School.
2016.
Were you driving the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And
And we were together and we had been drinking. Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir. And we had been drinking and we were just, that was it.
why were you driving?
I was drinking. I was driving. And he was just in the passenger seat and I hit something.
Get the age right there.
Do you see him? You him? Is he okay? He's not okay. Listen, I love you with my whole heart. VROWN. 106. Sutton Avenue.
What? Hey, Eric, where's the patient for this ambulance that just pulled up?
I'm calling up on the back of the ambulance now, okay.
Y'all are here for her. Haley. Haley. They're here to take care of you, okay?
Okay. I'm just super busy, guys. That's all I'll say. Jason.
Hey, Haley. Hey, take calm, okay? They need to check you out, okay?
I just want to see Jason.
Okay, well, they need to check you out and make sure you're okay.
Fine.
This is Teddy. He's gonna take good care of you.
Teddy, I'm fine.
I've known him for a long time. He's gonna take care of you.
That's Haley. I'm in Boston for 3.
Hey, come on, man. First of all,
Please let me sit down.
we'll go sit down over here.
Yeah, let's go over here to the back of this.
What the heck was she just in? I took her out of my ambulance.
I don't want to lose him.
She's 28.
I don't want to lose him. I don't want to lose him. I don't want to lose him. I don't want
Hey, Haley, just breathe, okay? Just breathe.
So your name's Haley? My name's Haley. I wouldn't like she chased her or anything.
Do not take me anywhere.
Hey.
They're checking her out.
Here, let me see.
My mom is calling, Heather, Heather's calling me. Please let me talk to her. Please let me talk to her. Please let me.
She admitted drinking and driving. She's not done hygienic. Yeah, she does my break.
Where?
On the high school there. Yeah, Haley Bell, maybe?
Well, I ain't got a name for her yet.
Hey, Haley, what's your last name? Brown, Haley Brown. What's your birthday, Haley?
9/6/92. Please.
Now, at this point, what are y'all's concerns? What are y'all trying to accomplish?
We're trying to make sure she's okay. She was
I
obviously
didn't hear that, Vaughn.
intoxicated and very upset. We were trying to make sure she was breathing and just get her taken care of at the time.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
I thought she said they went to school together.
Judge, I object to that
hear that.
conclusion and move to strike. There's no basis that she's saying she's given an opinion as to something that she's laid no foundation for. It's a conclusory statement.
Overruled.
Take the car, go to PD, get a blood kit, and violation of implied consent form. Or implied consent form.
I'm having a hard time understanding it. I didn't hear that. That's weird.
All of her vital signs have been on and she's refused to translate this message. I'll just keep her there right now. I understand. She doesn't know you. She don't know about it.
What? No, I'm good.
Were you able to see on this playing that pole right there?
Where?
Honestly, I was not paying attention to the poll.
Okay, do you mind if I run it back for a sec?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. She doesn't know. She don't know about it. They're taking care of him, okay?
What? No, I'm good.
Is
That
that pole with the light having fallen off of it and on the ground? Do you know if that's the pole that she struck?
I believe so. Due to where I was at the time, that appears to be correct.
Dixon doesn't break and fall down with less than I thought.
Haley? Haley, Haley, calm down. Calm down. Get in here. Haley? Hey. Haley. Hey, stop. Haley, hey. Breathe.
Help me! I'm a murderer!
Breathe.
I killed him! 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 I killed him!
Calm down, Haley. Calm down.
Please help me! Randy! 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 I love you!
It just set in.
I love my mom! I love Randy! Why did you help me to do this?
Haley, breathe. Okay?
Haley, can you do me a favor? Can you sit back and look? Just.
I would not be able to live without him! Please! Please calm down! Let me have a moment!
Later.
Please talk to him. Please talk to him. Please talk to him. Please. Yes. Please talk to him. First, I want you to talk to him right now. Right now. Talk to him right now. Randy.
I'm gonna step outside. I'm gonna step outside the ambulance.
Please get me home.
Okay?
Guys, I'll give you a rest. Please calm down, okay? Calm down. Breathe, okay? Please. Calm down.
Sierra.
Yeah.
I cannot deal with that.
Calm down. Calm down, okay?
I want you to know that I love you.
Okay.
Linda, boy, I didn't mean to do anything to you.
Okay, just try and breathe for me, okay?
I don't think it's an act. I think she's
I
devastated.
didn't do anything to him. I didn't mean to do anything to him.
We know, it was an accident. We
I
know that.
want him here. Please, bring him back. Please, I don't care. I will give you anything that I fucking have. Please, please bring him back. Please bring him back. Please bring him back. I just want to fucking die. I just want to die. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I just want to fucking die. Please bring it back. That's all I can.
We can lean back, okay? That's it.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I've caused y'all this much trouble. I'm so sorry.
Haley, stay still. We're here for you. You're not causing us any trouble at all, I promise you, okay?
Please bring it back. Please.
Yeah, you're not causing them problems.
I'll give
You're about
you
to have
anything
some.
I fucking have. I don't care. Please bring it back. That's all I fucking want. Please bring it back. You can take me. I
Hey,
don't
let's get back to
care.
Eric.
Please,
Haley,
please bring it back.
we're gonna take you to the hospital. Haley,
No.
we have.
No.
Hey, listen.
Hey, Haley.
Well, listen, I just talked to Randy, okay? You know Randy,
Yeah.
right? So he's on his way. He's gonna meet you up at Horizon.
I don't want it for the horizon.
And you see-
Your sister's already there.
Your
She's on her way
sister-
from Charlotte. She's probably already there.
My sister's a nurse. She works at,
What was her name?
her name is Heather. She works at.
Natchez?
Yes, yes. She works at Natchez.
Matches?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you do me a favor?
What's her last name?
Brown.
Okay.
Can you please not scream at me? I'm really upset. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. We got a lot of people that's gonna come up there and support you, I promise.
be okay.
There's gonna be people there to support you, love you, talk to you, hold your hand,
Bring him back.
tell you how much
I
they love
killed
you.
him.
No.
I killed him.
What was that?
Now, did y'all ultimately go to Dixon Horizon Medical Center?
Yes, sir.
And did you go there with Miss Brown?
I think eventually they
Yes,
did.
sir.
Now, what you were talking to the other officer about, the blood kit and the implied consent advisement, if you would, tell us a little bit about that.
So when we have someone that is suspected of driving under the influence, we will get a blood kit and take them to Horizon, and a phlebotomist will draw their blood. With the implied consent advisement, we read that to them, asking them if they consent to a blood draw or not. If they do not consent, we will mark that on the paper, and then we will get a search warrant and have a judge sign that, and then we'll get their blood. If they do consent, sometimes we'll still get a search warrant, or we'll just go ahead and get their blood with their consent.
I'm gonna go ahead and skip ahead a bit.
Oh, I did. Stop.
Breathe, okay? I don't know, I'm sure your family.
Oh, and I actually forgot to ask you, when she started screaming, are you aware of why she started screaming? There in the ambulance on the scene?
Yes, sir. One of the firefighters told her that her boyfriend had passed away on the scene.
And I'm going. I'm so okay. I love you so much. Okay.
Haley, if you can, go ahead and get this on, okay?
Okay, I love you. Bye. I love you, bye.
And in terms of the phone and the phone conversations, are y'all more or less letting her speak to whoever she needs to speak to from her family?
Yes, sir.
Haley, yes, she come on. Haley, yes, when we get in this hospital, you cannot be screaming. Okay, I know you didn't, but when you get in the hospital, you can't be screaming, okay? I don't know, I'm sure your family's on the way, but you can't be screaming in the hospital, okay?
Please, sir, that I do this.
I appreciate it. Can you put that back in the car, please?
I just wanted to tell you, no one is allowed to live with her and suspect the person who knows
No friends or family?
No.
So only the doctors.
All I have to text message say you already.
Oh my God! I'm not
Haley, breathe. You can't be screaming in the hospital, okay? So breathe, okay? Okay, just breathe, okay? Breathe. We're going to the hospital.
The camera does not focus very well.
I did not do this to my dad. I did not kill my dad. I did not kill my dad.
Haley.
I love him so much. I did not kill my dad.
Haley, remember what I said? Breathe, okay?
My dad.
Yeah.
Can you slide over here for me?
Can you put us down at the hospital at Horizon? I didn't know it was my dad. 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 Haley, my dad. Haley. I don't know so much. I don't know so much.
I don't know where they did it.
I didn't my sister.
I'm not sure when they set it up there.
Only medical personnel, and then us, and then Red and Jerry 7 hour, and that's it. So none of her friends or family are allowed in here. My sister. Please. I need my sister. No. Her name is Heather.
It was her fiance. Yeah, so I don't know where dad came
She's so dressed right now that she's saying she told her dad.
We're gonna make sure you're okay.
Her dad was on something like that, and she was on phone with the person who was like, that's kind of like We'll just turn her more, make sure she doesn't do anything crazy. Well, we'll just get her, but. She went to high school with her, and she's my potential husband. Well, not my dad's husband, but she does my race.
There you go, Vaughn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. You walked it, right?
Now, why is she talking about her dad? What, did she become confused? when you
Yes,
talked
sir.
about that? So, I mean, what was she confused about, apparently?
She was confused on if it was her dad that passed away or her boyfriend.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump ahead again. And does y'all's body camera split up an hour at a time in terms of how it records the video? Do you know?
I believe the old ones did.
Oh, that's right. You guys have a new system, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be the continuation of that footage?
Yes, sir.
Why is there blood on my pants? Please tell me why there's blood on my pants. Did I kill my dad? Did I kill my dad? Did I kill my dad? I didn't see the wreck scene, okay? So I don't know whose blood that is. I can't answer that question. I have no idea. I didn't even see your car, really. I have no idea. I don't know. I stayed with you the whole time. I just wanted to be alone. this on purpose. I didn't mean to do this. I love you so much. We're just having a good time. We're hanging out together. And that's it.
How do you want y'all? Don't matter if one.
I'll be back.
They think it's dad.
What is it?
So I've got family in the front fire. They think dad's dead. Because that's what she's calling on the phone, that or text them, that's what she's saying.
Yeah.
So not dad.
No, it's her boyfriend.
Okay. And I mean, I'm fine with no visitors, but I'm gonna pass it on as PD states no visitors at this time. Because her sister works at Natchez. She's a ER nurse there. She's already pulled the whole policy thing. She can handle visitor, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just telling her PD says no.
Yeah, that's instructions from our captain, the one that's working the right thing right now. She was driving under the influence, she's admitted all that stuff, she wrecked, her boyfriend was passenger, he died.
Okay, single car?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm not gonna pass on any information unless
Yeah.
they ask me if that's good. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
because she still has her phone, which I think one of the EMS guys already told her,
okay.
but she's like so drunk that in her head, she's like, I killed my dad. Which at first she's like, I killed my boyfriend, but now she's,
Okay.
yeah.
I just wanted to get some things straight before I went and talked to family.
Yes.
So we're on the same page. I'm telling them that y'all, the PD states we can't have their
Yeah.
feedback. No one can do that. Okay, that's fine. I mean,
I'm sorry for you in that situation.
It is what it is, man. I get it. All right.
She's dead.
What?
Is he dead?
Is who dead?
Dixon.
Ma'am, I don't know. Like I said, I've been with you this whole time, okay?
She on Facebook? What the heck?
I really want to just talk to her family and let them know what's going on. But I mean, we could, but she's gonna tell her sister. And like, she's already been told that. And I guess she forgot. And it's gonna be bad when she hears it again. Like that, she starts screaming. I think it's going on there to get here, so.
Yeah.
I don't, please, just listen to me. I'm so sorry. Listen, please listen to me. We were at House of Brews and we were leaving and I was driving and I caused an accident and I don't know if Jason's alive or not and I'm so sorry. I love you so much and I'm so sorry. I don't know right now. I'm so upset. I don't know.
Oh my God, she's telling us.
Please understand. Okay.
I'll take care of that. I don't think she'll start saying stuff, but I'm just gonna tell her that
kill him, and I love him so much.
They already told her, but I think she forgot.
Will you please?
So her family knows. I just want to give you a heads up, she might freak out a little bit. She was, when they told her earlier, she started screaming.
I'm in the ER at Dixon. I'm so sorry if I'm cussing. So. He's not alive. I know he's not, and I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't do it. I promise. Please don't. Please hurry. Please. I love you, and I'm so sorry. I didn't do this on purpose. I promise. I love him so much, and I didn't mean to do this, and I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry.
Haley, can I talk to you real quick? Can you get off the phone real quick so I can talk to you?
Okay. I have to get off the phone. Okay. I love you. I'm so sorry. Okay. I love you. Bye. Bye.
Okay, so, so in the wreck, Jason did not make it. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Why did I have to fucking make it? No!
Hey, Haley.
I didn't want to fucking make it! Why did it happen? Why?
Haley. Your family's gonna be here?
I don't care. I don't care.
Listen, they care about you.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about them. Fuck that.
Okay, well, they'll be able to come in here and you'll be able to see your family and stuff, but we gotta wait on my captain to get here, okay? Cause he needs to talk to you.
No! Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Why?
Haley, you're in a hospital, breathe, okay? You cannot scream like that. You can't scream like that in a hospital, okay? Just breathe.
I don't want to fucking live. Why?
Haley.
Why did that happen? Why?
And why did you feel the need to tell her that, again, that Jason was the one who had died?
Because she was telling her family at that point that her father was deceased. And she was thinking in her head,
Objection, speculation.
I think we may have skipped the spot.
Sorry.
Said object calls for speculation.
Well,
She's trying to say what
the question was, why did you tell her that Jason had died, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Well, I object to the answer is non-responsive, then she's trying to testify what my client was thinking in her head. It was the way she was answering it.
Overruled, I think the testimony has been that she was saying that it was her father that she thought had passed away, and she was disoriented. I think the officer's response was that she was telling her that. The question was, why did you tell her it was Jason that had died? And that explanation is to give the reason why she told her, so overruled.
So if you would, why was it that you told her that Jason had died?
Because she was stating that she killed her father. She thought her father and Jason were dead. There was a point, I don't know if it was skipped or not, but she was thinking that they were both dead.
And she was communicating that to her family, correct?
Yes,
Via
sir.
the phone. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and jump ahead.
Confirm things we got.
Okay, so are you talking about with the body?
No, I know about that.
Okay.
calls now. What's going on in here right now? Is she under arrest? Are we investigating her right now?
This is an investigation right now.
Okay. That's something we need to talk about.
Okay.
We do not tell patients who have not been medically cleared their loved ones are passed in the emergency department. That is not your job.
Okay.
It's our job.
They had already told her.
I know. But she didn't know and she wasn't sure, and so we don't confirm things. We gotta get her calmed down and make sure she can agree to an evaluation and make sure she has no injuries. 'Cause
Okay,
for all I know,
well, I don't
until she
work
can-
here. I don't work here,
I know you
so
don't.
I'm not aware.
I'm letting you know.
Okay.
Because now we gotta wait until even longer so we can actually properly talk to her and see if she actually will let us evaluate her. Because for all I know, she's got an injury. We gotta
Okay.
wait longer.
All right, well, like I said, they already told her, and I was just
Gosh.
letting her know because
Defensive there,
she
officer.
thought her dad was dead. And she was literally screaming.
I know,
She thought her dad was dead.
They shouldn't have told her that.
Well, I mean, they did, and that's just what we got now. Okay, is there anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Ooh, that was kind of snotty of her. She just pissed the doctor off.
Now, how many fatal investigations had you worked prior to this one?
A handful.
Not many.
Yeah, not many.
I think
And had you ever been in a
so.
position like this before this?
No, sir.
You should still know the rules. If you don't, ask. But if you get told the rules,
I'm
don't
gonna
be a
jump
jerk.
ahead again.
I mean, dang. Defensive. Somebody doesn't like being corrected.
This is a
And I
police
have a
investigation.
patient after a car crash. My job is to keep her alive.
Okay, well, this
Your
is a
job is
police
to see that she needs
investigation.
punishment, she gets it, I understand that. I'm not trying to interfere with your job, I understand that this is getting away from my job and her safety potentially. That is where we're at right now. So I can call in if you'd like.
Yes.
She's either under arrest now or I have to ask you to step out, but I will confirm with your captain. You have a number for her?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. What's his name?
Todd Christian. I might be able to get him on the phone, actually. What's your name, sir? Lippert? One 22 to 120. Okay, well, I'm getting it. Give me a call when you get a chance. Hey, are you with Brad? Okay, well, I have Dr. Lippert here saying he's gonna bring the family in because she's not under arrest.
Yes.
And he wants to speak with Captain
Look
Christian.
at his arms.
Okay.
Hands are clean, terribly sorry.
Okay.
He's walking away too. He don't want to talk in front of her. She's a little
Alright, here's my freaking
attitude
phone.
better.
I don't believe his last name, but he's like, but I don't see a problem in that. But they've been giving us orders to not let anyone in this room.
No one's allowed to exit the person. That's why I was told that this is gonna happen until that time.
This is a big.
Oh yeah, for sure. She definitely is.
And Sorry to pause this. I see everyone's got masks. Is this still the height of COVID, basically?
Yes, sir.
I literally never saw it. Oh my God.
Yep.
I'm going there all the way for you.
And know the procedures at the hospital. You don't ask. She knew she was going to lose it again. Yeah, do not, just don't do it next time. Don't do it anymore. Her family could have confirmed who was alive and not alive, no matter what she was saying. She didn't have to go in there and tell her that again, knowing that she was going to react like that. Absolutely, and that's why he's pissed.
So we're gonna do a halfway, so you guys stay on.
Okay.
One family member, if that's comfortable with you guys. He says that's fine.
I was following orders.
I know you are.
It's not that I don't want.
I'm not trying
to
to bust your chops on this.
Okay.
You just have to understand my primary responsibility is keeping us safe. I know you guys get a job, you guys are stuck doing what you're told to do, I get that. And I gotta worry about her, and every time I gotta worry about the next people coming in. Just taking up with that.
Okay. So one at a time?
So can we work one at a time?
Okay.
Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah.
If he said it's fine, I gotta put it with you guys too.
That's perfectly fine with us. Hello?
I think he was asking why everyone was Hamilton, because I know at ours everybody had to, but now they don't.
Okay. Okay, so you want maybe have to stay out here and just me in there with a family member? Okay, all right, that works. Yeah, that's good.
Squeaky. Oh my gosh.
I've been touching all over, it's not a big deal.
I know, but I've been around sick people.
Okay, I appreciate it. I just want my mom here. I just want my sister. I just want anybody. I just don't want to be here.
Do you need another note from me? I'll write you a note. Excuse you. Excuse the yelling.
I think I need a cold. There's either mailbox or I need a cold. And can I get a mailbox? Can I hit another person? I'm not 100% what it was. She said she doesn't know what it was, but I heard I need a mailbox or I need a cold. In Dixon, like we were leaving House of Blues, like we had, like we were leaving, we were getting ready to go home. And we were driving downtown, and next thing you know, like it was just over, and then I don't know what happened. That's what Randy said. Randy told me not to let him. You want to tell myself when I'm from Colorado? First you talk about. I love him so much.
Have they Mirandized her yet, or whatever they're calling it?
I just want my mama so bad. And
Central City Guard Center out 990 Pomona Road, 990 Pomona Road. Another resident or crucial alarm activation.
I didn't think so either.
46 showing her out. 46 the last time. Some key holder information.
Kind of, I mean, all this is in, obviously, but
But don't have key holder information at this moment. Don't about gather further statement.
oh, there's somebody. Because it sounded like whoever Randy is that she talked to said, don't do anything. But if she's going to go that route, she needs to get an attorney in there. And I don't think she's going to be able to, she's going to have to do some of it anyway.
Okay.
Oh, she didn't like that the doctor. Yeah, she is just rambling. That is true. So Hamilton, that officer, so she already knew that Jason didn't make it. But then when she was getting out of the ambulance, she was screaming that that it was her dad and not Jason. And so that officer, even though she said she's going to start screaming again, felt that she needed to go in there and make sure she knew it was Jason that passed away and not her dad. Because family or something, she was telling the family that it was her dad. So they were thinking the dad had passed away, not Jason. Well, I'm sorry, the family is there. They can get a hold of him and figure out where dad is. So she starts screaming again like she was in the ambulance and pissed the doctor off because he said that, and she did. Yeah, you're right, Chrissy. She made her get off the phone just to tell her that it was Jason. And the doctor's like, you just made my job harder. We don't ever tell people that in the emergency room because I have to be able to evaluate them. And I can't. I can't evaluate her now. So, and she just was just snotty back to him about she didn't know this, that, or whatever. And she just had an attitude about it. And he was pissed. And I don't think he would have been as mad if she hadn't just responded the way she did. And then he was like, well, I want to speak to your captain. I want to, but yeah, she pissed him off. She was snotty about it. You're right, Bon. They're not necessarily questioning her right now that she is just rambling. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I was asking because that defense counsel asked. And so I didn't know if he was going somewhere if he's trying to kind of build up on that about how much they let her say without Mirandizing her. I have no idea.
No, we need to be right here. There's something. There's something. I didn't do that.
I wonder if that's the woman that's sitting right behind her in the courtroom. That guy's rubbing her shoulder.
I don't care what you do me right. You please take these officers alive. Yeah. One fifty, I'm under horizon, New York. Eric, 150 under horizon. 146. Go ahead. Try contacting the key holder, not no answer. And looking contact someone in the store now. Stand by.
They are, Hamilton. They're playing this in front of the jury.
Also, the alarm company says there's a D-shift on scene. It did not provide proper passcode. It's gonna be her, Tennessee ID 068-729-777.
She keep turning around for her.
146. Go ahead. She's valid, clear.
I'm actually good right now. I appreciate it.
You have an excellent in the car? Well, actually, you probably do.
Yes, the family was out in the waiting room. They weren't supposed to be in there. The cops didn't want her in there. The doctor was like, she can have one family member in there, and unless she's under arrest. If she's
Can you
not,
tell, just from audio who that is who's just arrived on the scene?
It was Sergeant Summerhour.
but Chrissy, they're playing this in front of the jury, so it's being used against her. And that may be true, Bond, but I mean, dang, you still have to follow the procedure.
Like this house in there. There. Never talk to you. So we've been talking nonstop with the doctors today because she's not on your list. So we're getting orders not to let anyone in this room. EMS confirmed the death on scene time right before we got in the ambulance. And then she's like flipping out thinking she killed her dad. And I told her, I was like, your dad ever said that?
She was screaming, she killed Jason.
Yes, but then she got to you and she was screaming that she killed her dad. And then Jason back and forth, both of them. She's like, I'm so good. And I was like, and I went to the doctor, I was like, I'm gonna let her know that it was Jason, not her dad. And he's like, yeah, so I went and told her. So then this doctor comes up to me, he's like, just so you know, we don't confirm death in this hospital.
He said, no.
He started going up on me because I confirmed the death, and I was like, I did not confirm the death, he missed it.
Wait.
Her dad.
Did she ask a doctor before she went in there to confirm, to tell her again that it was Jason and not her dad? I thought she was standing out there with another officer. And like now she's saying she had permission from another doctor to go in there and tell her. Did that happen? That's her captain right there. So Yeah, now she is acting all innocent. You're right, Chrissy. I don't like her. She would it really feels like she would do whatever to cover herself up. To cover for herself, not cover herself up. Yeah, I don't like it. Everything's they have everything, just do what you're supposed to do. If you messed up, you messed up. Apologize.
Because Jason, she thought she killed both of them. And it was a huge thing, like, and I was telling her, and he's like, well, I'm going to the her, she's not going to do this, blah, blah, blah. I was like, we were getting orders, this is an investigation
Your
right now.
audio sucks.
Nobody's not in the same. She's like, well, I don't speak to you, it is blah, blah, blah. So I got right on the phone, let him talk to him, and that's when they set this up.
It is hard to tell who's
And
who.
I just want you to know what you're coming into. Okay?
Everybody's covered up. Yeah, I wouldn't trust her on an investigation.
You go. Mike.
I don't know how it sounds to you, but she sounds like a Charlie Brown teacher to me most of the time. I can keep seeing her. She's standing there like Nickelback. Like a boat. And they should be happy that woman came in, whoever she is, because she has calmed her down. And that nurse is standing guard right there. She would know if they said anything. I mean, what are you gonna tell her right now? I don't know. To me, they ought to be happy that she's there because they maybe can now evaluate her. Ah, I was saying I wish you were here, Rosanna. It's good to see you. We were talking about something in the I think I was talking about blood. When you take blood, I would assume the alcohol level doesn't change in the blood that you took if you don't process it for a couple of hours, right? It is what it is.
Tennessee
I
M5 consent advisement.
don't know if you
Okay?
know.
Are you willing to consent to a blood and or breath test?
It's good to see you.
Say no? All right. This is the mandatory blood draw. That is probable cause believes you have committed a crime that requires blood and/or breath testing. If you refuse to submit to either or both of these tests, they will not be given unless required by law, which in this case it is required by law, okay? If you do refuse to be tested, your license will be suspended for at least 1 year and up to 5 years, depending on your driving history. Also, if you refuse, you may be ordered to install and keep an ignition interlock on your vehicle for a year or more. All right, you understand that?
That's right, and so if I can see it, then what does that mean?
If you consent, that just means we don't have to go with the rest of the paperwork that I have for you.
So it could still be that I would have an interlock in my car?
It's possible. Okay. All right, after being informed that there's probable cause you have committed a crime which requires you to submit to a blood and or breath test, and being requested to submit to a chemical test or test to determine the alcohol and or drug content of your blood, and also having the consequences of refusing to submit to such test explained to me, I state that you will or you will not consent.
So they're just collecting this now, I think at least 2 hours after the accident then. And she tested 0.16 then. With 0.25. Okay, Gabby, thanks. I've been watching my email. I just heard that too, Chrissy. Yeah. She didn't want the interlock device.
Cooperate.
Okay, so they haven't stated her yet. I don't
If you
believe.
refuse to submit to it, that can lead up to an additional charge of violating the implied consent law. All right, if you consent, then that charge goes away. Okay. You gonna consent? All right, here's what I need you to do, all right? I need you to sign for me. Sign right here. Sign your name right there. It says, I will consent to a test or test.
Sure, what's the number?
So Roseanne, if you know, if they sedated her before they drew blood,
Are
would
you
it
familiar with
affect
that
it?
form? Is that the form that I'd asked you about before that he's reading to her?
Yes, sir.
And then I'm gonna play one more section.
So then she had to be pretty high then at the time of the accident, if that's 2 hours after the accident.
Handle that, like that, because she could.
And I mean, this is I'm freaking tired of being at this hospital.
Yeah.
Holy crap. What?
Or being at the hospital because she got
I don't
in trouble.
know. I don't know if they're like in the warrants right now or
So, sorry.
what.
My 2 questions were, 1, if they gave her anything, a sedative, before they drew her blood, I assume that would not mess with the alcohol because they were talked about that, not this witness, but the witness before, that they were trying to get that warrant to get her blood drawn before she was sedated because she was screaming. And then my other question was, if she's at 0.16 2 hours after the accident, she was pretty high probably during, like, right after the accident, when they don't have any levels there. He, at the time, I believe they said he was DOA. I don't think he survived the accident at all, and he was 0.25, so he was really high. It's all bad situation, all bad choices. So I don't know if any of that makes sense. But yeah, then where they're like, well, if you don't consent, You're gonna get a lock on your car. I don't want to get a lock on my car. I don't think you're gonna be driving a car. I don't know that you have to worry about it. Okay, so then I don't know then if the sedatives won't affect the alcohol level, then I don't know if she's been sedated or not yet. But that person did calm her down.
On her? Yes. Well, I think they was getting search warrants for her blood, but she consented to blood. So, I don't know, we're kind of out of the loop. And I mean, this is good training for sometimes you get thrown into a shit show and you don't have a lot to go on, you just have orders. Yeah.
Yeah, so she was probably pretty drunk then. So the sergeant used this for training and showed herself and her little snippy attitude with the doctor.
The doctor apologized. Yeah. I was like, well, I apologize for the way things went also. We were only doing it.
That's not apologizing.
Well, when she started talking about, I said, both of them, I said, my dad, and I'm like, dude. Like, we were the ones put in that situation, and we handled it how we felt best, period. Yeah. And like, I even went to that doctor, and I was like, hey, listen, I'm not saying that. Is this Jason? And he's like, yeah.
Just bring your mask on. I can't smell anything. I can't smell anything.
I can't even breathe.
I'm rebreathing my air right now.
Yep.
Yeah, you're recirculating inside your mask.
And it is hot in that room too.
So here's what I'm gonna do. They've already gone to the hospital. We've got her blood by consent. So I'm gonna go over to the lab and execute a search warrant on their lab. And look at the blood that they got from the lab. That way we'll have two blood samples. And we'll send one to send them both to the, just in case. I have to get another blood off. You have one before? You know.
No. I mean, that's smart. We actually don't keep them in our cars. But I think I might now.
103.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, when she said period, like, not a good look for you, officer. Use it for training on how not to act.
Hey, Kev, can you swing by PD and
Oh,
bring me
nice.
an extra EA kit? I've got the one that we used for her, and I need one for the lab.
So what's the reason I got it two for?
What's that?
What's the reason why the two blood samples?
Just in case we lose one. Not as in physically lose it, just in case we lose it. Or something like that, because she consented. Her attorney may try to, she was emotionally unstable, she was not able to make that decision.
And y'all always do that when you got like a fatality crash?
Most of the time, when we have fails, the driver actually dies. This one's one of those rare. This is the first one I've worked since I've been a reconstructionist where the driver survived and the passenger died.
Yeah, they said he looked pretty bad.
Yeah, he did. His head did. From what I can see.
What did his head hit? What did his head hit?
The roof of the car right there, you know, where the old crab handles at, right there.
Dang.
vehicle on fiance 101 Bird Street, 101 Bird Street, emergency license plate.
Yeah, I think.
She back in there? Yeah.
The Grand Rosa cover will hold. Claiming not to be noise, louder tonight than it usually is, your complainant does not want contact.
I don't think that officer likes attorneys either.
So at this point, did she go actually have to use the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
And was that your trainee that went in that direction and stood and stayed by the door?
Yes, sir.
So from a little bit after 8 to now, almost 3 hours, was Haley ever, further than maybe 20, 25 feet from you?
No, sir.
And in all that time that you were with her, did you see her use any drugs or consume any alcohol?
No, sir.
So she didn't have an opportunity to do anything like that the whole time you were there, did she?
No, sir.
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, that's the state's direct. I've got a bad feeling that the cross is going to take a little bit of time, Judge. So I don't know if we want to break now or if.
Well, I think we had a situation where we cannot go beyond 4:30, and I assume your cross is going to maybe go longer than that.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the courthouse usually closes at 4, but we usually, on a trial situation, we'll go beyond that depending on what the circumstances are. But we have some things that are going to have to be dealt with today, so we're going to have to stop here. And I would just remind you that my instructions about not trying to look anything up about this, not trying to do any research, don't try to go back and look for articles about it. Just try to put it out of your mind until tomorrow morning. And we need you here about, what time do you want them here, Madam Clerk? It would be ideally if you could be here between 8:30 and 8:45 so that we make sure everyone's here by 8:45. We get started at 9 o'clock sharp. When you come in, just again, Officer Howell will direct you, but we'll put you back in the jury room instead of coming into the courtroom, because there's sometimes other cases that I have to deal with, or there are things about this case that I have to deal with in the courtroom. So ideally, that would be that you just come in and go back to the jury room.
So I don't know what
All
the
right,
defense.
thank you. We will stand.
And Your Honor, I apologize. The body cam footage is the state's next.
All right, we'll make that the next exhibit. What is that number now?
Hang on. Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5. We'll need you back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Let me see if they say anything after they let the
All
jury
right,
out.
ladies and gentlemen, we'll stand adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh, the judge is out. All right. Judge out. Huh. Well, that's kind of short for us. Okay, so I don't know if the defense fought to keep this out and lost, but that's the DA was showing that it was. No, this is all the state's case. So all of her questions as of now have only been by the state. That's it. The defense has not questioned her yet. That's why they broke for the day, because he said it's going to be long. So yes, all that the defense did not go first. So if you guys want to watch. Okay. So yes, the state is the only one that is showing the body cam footage. The defense is questioning on it. The first officer whose body cam footage they showed, the defense, or he had to pee, Roseanne. He's out. The defense asked had asked if that guy had read her the implied consent or Mirandized her. He did not. He said no. But this woman here that's been on the stand, he will probably ask her the same thing because I don't know that she ever did. It's really been hard for me to understand her. I think she must cover her mic or something wherever it's at on the body cam because she's very muffled to me. Sometimes she's crystal clear. So state, is bald. The defense has hair. defense is over here. You can't see my cursor. Well, can you see my cursor? Probably not. She's in the middle of the defense, and the state he's the bald dude. I don't know how else that's the difference. The state guy's a little thinner too than the defense. So there's that. I don't know how to. Yes, there's that too. Don't ever ask me to describe somebody. If a crime happens, I will not be able to do it. All right, so we can watch the defense cross of this witness if you want, and then call it a day. I can go, it's on the next day, or we can wait till Wednesday and watch it if you guys are so okay, Gabby's a yes to watch the cross. Anybody else? I don't describe people well. You have to leave either way. Is that because you're so confused? So is that a yes, Stormy, or a no, Stormy? Vaughn's got to go clear her mind. All right, let me go find it. Vaughn's like, I don't know. Okay. Well, hey, enjoy your lunch, whoever you're meeting. I hope it's good. I hope you have a good time, and I hope your little one feels better. Or maybe, I don't know how old your kids are. I'm just assuming. Your child, whatever age. I hope they feel better. All right, give me a second. Why did it do that? Nope. Jump back to day one. Ew, just okay. Let me share. Also, don't take candy from any YouTube strangers. But seriously, I hope he feels well. I hope he feels better. Enjoy your lunch. Hang on. Okay, so 2 walking in, defense. 1 sitting down, state.
Are we now ready for the jury?
I believe we are, Your Honor. We are, Judge.
Yes, don't ever get in the white van, period. YouTube or no.
Have you all been given a copy of the draft of the final charge? when you get a chance to look at it, please let me know if there's any changes you want to have made.
I don't think we've got any graphic images coming up. She doesn't see him, so I'm gonna take that down for now. But it does sound like it was gross from the way the captain there was describing it. So he hit his head where the old crap bar is. It means it either came down or he went up or both. Yucky. What do you think, Judge, so far? I don't know yet.
Get the feeling sometimes people pick out their favorite seat, and even though there's no assigned seating, they went on. We're all creatures. But see you all back, and we didn't lose anybody overnight. And I trust everybody followed my instructions about not trying to think about or look anything up about this case. So we are ready to proceed. I believe that we have the state's witness on the witness stand about to be cross-examined. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge. We recall Sierra
I
Reproval.
suppose she brought her attitude with her today for cross. I was surprised that he overruled the objection where she said she was thinking. I'm like, you don't know.
If you'll step right back up, even though you were previously sworn, it's a new day, so we're going to ask you to be placed under oath again.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Was the state finished with their direct examination?
We are, Your Honor.
And Mr. Spratt, you may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Find good place.
Good morning, Sergeant Reproval.
Good morning, sir.
And it was Corporal Reproval at the time of this investigation, correct?
No, sir, I believe I was an FTO at the time.
FTO at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I always want to make sure I try to get that right the best that I can.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so I'm going to try to run through some of your
I will write
testimony
that down.
from yesterday. Do you recall most of your testimony from yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So just a little bit about your training and experience. You are now Sergeant over patrol, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that entail training people as to how to administer speeding tickets?
Sometimes, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're familiar with how to issue speeding tickets, obviously?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you worked wrecks before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've made DUI cases before, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the normal procedure for making a DUI case is to do a series of standardized field sobriety tests, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be usually consist of the horizontal gaze nystagmus test, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Or the 9-step walk and turn, right?
Yes, sir.
Or the one leg stand, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Which nobody ever.
And then I believe
ever.
that your testimony yesterday was that ordinarily you would get a blood kit and an implied consent advisement form, right?
Yes, sir.
And then go to the hospital and meet a phlebotomist, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And so yesterday we saw a clip from about 8:16 p.m. till about 8:21 when you first encountered Miss Brown in the back of the ambulance, right?
I don't remember what time it was,
But would you disagree if it was 8:16 or 8:21, or do you need me to play it again, or?
I'm sure it was around that time.
Okay, all right. But about 5 minutes, right? About a 5-minute interaction.
I think it was a little bit longer than that.
Okay. Your Honor, can we project from the podium, please?
Can you what?
Project from the podium.
You know, if I need to move the closed captioning, I'll move it up. I don't know
I'm
where
gonna
to
play
put
for
it.
you the exact footage that you were shown yesterday, okay?
Yes, sir.
We've been together since 2016.
Were you driving the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And
And we were together.
Sorry.
I'm gonna stop as I ask you some
Stop
questions to
too.
try to speed things along, okay?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
She is in the back of that ambulance, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's not the ambulance that she was transported to the hospital in, is it?
No, sir.
That would be the ambulance that ultimately Mr. Brown was put in, correct?
I'm not sure, sir.
There were 2 ambulances on scene, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she was asked ultimately to get out of this one and get into another one. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About how far back is she right there from where you're at?
About 10 feet.
About 10 feet?
I couldn't have timed that any
And
more.
there's a
perfect
couple of
if I
people
tried.
in between you and her, right?
Yes, sir.
And they're asking her questions, aren't they?
I'm unsure what they're
Okay.
asking her exactly.
Well, I'll play it.
And we drank. Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir. And we had been drinking and we were just.
Let me stop that right there. When she says, yes, ma'am, yes, sir, there was a ma'am and a sir asking her a question at the same time, right? One of those first responders there was asking her a question at the same time?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Okay.
She's the law clerk.
That was it.
why were you driving?
I was driving. And he was just in the passenger seat and I hit something.
Get the age limit right there.
No, it could have been on the.
Okay, so is the timestamp on that video correct? Does it look to be about 8:17 p.m., 2017 in military time?
Yes, sir. It should be.
Okay, and you would agree that, I mean, I can back up and show you, but that was your first interaction with Ms. Brown, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that started at 2016, which would be 8:16 p.m., right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've had about a minute and you're about 10 feet away and there's 2 people between you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is he okay? He's not okay. Please, I love you with my whole heart. H-A-I-L-Y-H-M-R, sorry, B-R-O-W-N. The address right now is 106
They went
Sutton
to
Avenue.
a pizza place and then they went to Oktoberfest. So I don't know how long of a time they were at either
Okay,
place.
now we're at 2018, correct?
Or those
Yes,
down.
sir.
Which would be about another minute later,
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right, and you've not interacted with her any closer or any more, much more than you did to start with, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What? Hey, Eric, where's the patient for this ambulance that just pulled up?
I'm calling another one, the one that's in the back of the ambulance now,
Go in here for her.
Okay, so now I'll ask you again, that the other ambulance that came, it was for Miss Brown, right?
Possibly. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Haley, they're here to take care of you, okay?
Okay. I just want to see you guys. That's all I want to say.
Okay, now, the fireman or firefighter there is helping her down a little bit, but he's just holding her hand, right?
Yes,
I mean, she comes down out of that ambulance without stumbling, falling, or anything like that.
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't be feasible to think that had she stumbled or anything like that, he could have caught her just holding her hand like that, right?
I don't know if he would have caught her or not.
Okay. And if she just went fumbling out of there and he's just got her by the hand, it wouldn't make sense for him to be able to catch her. I mean, he'd have to be pretty stout, right?
Objection, conjecture.
I'll withdraw the question.
All right. Question is withdrawn.
Hey, Haley? Hey, stay calm, okay? They need to check you out, okay? I just want to see Jason. Okay, well, they need to check you out and make sure you're okay.
I'm fine.
Look, this is Teddy. He's gonna take good care of you.
Teddy, I'm fine.
I've known Teddy for a long time. He's gonna take care of you.
Name's Haley. I'm across the street. You let me sit down.
Yeah, let's go over here to the back of this.
The firefighter told her.
Now they led her by the hand over there, but she climbs back up into the other ambulance
Haley.
pretty much on her own, right?
No, sir.
With the
No.
H.
No, sir. I watched them both help her up.
Okay, they were holding her hand, but they didn't like push her up in there or like pick her up under the arm. She pretty much climbs up in there on her own with her leg power, right?
I just saw them helping her.
Okay.
Hey, Haley, just breathe, okay? Just breathe.
So your name's Haley?
My name's Haley.
She changed her attitude.
Do not take me anywhere.
They're checking her out.
My mom is calling. My hair is calling. Please let me talk to her. Please let me talk to her. Please let me talk to her.
She admits drinking and driving. She's my dental hygienist. She does my braces.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, Haley Bell, maybe? Hey, Haley, what's your last name? Brown, Haley Brown. What's your birthday, Haley?
9632. Please.
Okay, this is about pretty close to right where we stopped yesterday. Can we agree on that? Do you remember anything past this yesterday? As far as just this initial encounter I'm talking about. And there was a lot of video played.
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I think a little bit more was played, just skipped around.
Okay. But do you recall stopping? Do you recall General Arnold stopping the video and then asking you some questions yesterday at times?
Yes, sir.
General
Okay.
Arnold?
And it was right here where he stopped. And at this point, you had not been in the ambulance with her, had you?
No, sir.
All right. And you had not administered a nystagmus test, had you?
No, sir.
All right. And you had not done a walk and turn test, had you?
No, sir.
Nor had you done a one-leg stand test, right?
No, sir.
All right. And so then those generally, in your training and experience, when you're making a DUI case, those are your best objective evidence of intoxication, right? On the scene, just on the scene, I mean.
There's a lot of different factors.
But your objective factors, the scientific testing that you are trained to administer in order to charge someone with driving under the influence consists of those tests, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's your best objective evidence on the scene, isn't it?
Sometimes.
Well, sometimes that's your best objective evidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sometimes we're unable to do the test.
Sometimes you're unable to do the test.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that is the best scientific objective evidence, right? That's why you do them, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So yesterday, when you told General Arnold that she was clearly intoxicated, that was based on no scientific objective evidence at all, was it? None of the kind that you would normally administer in a DUI, is it? You hadn't been within 10 feet of her, except for her walking from one ambulance to the next. Right?
I was going off of
Yes or no,
looking
ma'am?
back at the situation whenever I was there.
So you're thinking back. Yesterday, you were thinking back?
Yes, sir. My whole
Okay.
encounter with her on that scene.
Okay, but you were asked specifically at this point what you were concerned about at this time. And I believe the first part of your answer was that you were worried about her health and safety. And then you said and I think I'm quoting here, you said she was clearly intoxicated, obviously intoxicated, are the words that you used.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's just based on your opinion and it has no scientific basis in fact, does it?
Due to my training and experience, she was intoxicated.
But in
I
your
knew that.
okay, your training and experience is to administer these sort of tests to try to come up with some sort of scientific basis for an opinion like that, isn't it? Yes or no?
Sometimes we don't do the tests.
Is it yes or no? Is that your normal training?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Normally,
okay.
if we can.
Okay, all right. And then we go back to where and I'm skipping around here a little bit, but the next thing you would do would be to get a blood kit, an implied consent form, and go to the hospital to meet a phlebotomist, right?
Normally, yes.
What's a phlebotomist?
They draw the blood.
Okay. You're not a phlebotomist, are you?
No, sir.
You're not a grief counselor, are you?
No, sir.
And you're certainly not a trauma doctor, are you?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, and I'm trying not to run through too much of this video because like I said, we saw a lot of that yesterday. But can we agree that around 8:29 p.m., right around almost on the dot at 8:29 p.m., somebody in that ambulance that she was in told her that Jason Brown was dead, right?
The second ambulance, yes, sir.
If the video said it was 8:29 p.m., could we agree on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And up until that point in time, she was not confused about, she just was confused as to whether or not Jason Brown was hurt or dead, right? More or less, right?
I don't know what she was confused about.
Okay. Well, yesterday you wanted to speculate as to what she was confused about.
That's because of what she was stating.
Okay. She didn't state anything like that then until they set her off in that ambulance, right?
I don't recall. I'll
She
have
was-
to watch it again.
I can play the whole video again if you want me to, but do you recall at all her being confused about anything as to what happened before EMS, against medical protocol, told her that her fiance was dead? Do you recall her being confused about any of that before that happened at 8:29 p.m., 10:29 in Army time, military time?
In the first ambulance, I do not recall that.
Okay, so then, and you're not a trauma doctor, right? We just went over that, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so you can't look at this jury and say that anything that her reaction to any of that wasn't due to shock, can you? You're not qualified to testify to that, are you?
No, sir.
Okay, so then you draw a conclusion for this jury that you're not qualified to make and is based on no scientific evidence, right? It's a yes or no.
Here comes
I don't
training.
know how to answer that.
Well, you can answer it yes if it's the truth that you're just making this up.
Oh,
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. But you got no scientific evidence to prove it, do you?
I'm going based off my training and experience.
With your training and experience, then we can do this chicken and the egg all day, but your training and experience is to administer field sobriety test, get a blood kit, an implied consent form, and go to the hospital and meet a phlebotomist. That's your training and experience, right?
Normally, sometimes it doesn't work
All
like that.
All right. So after they set her off in the ambulance, she's on the phone with her family, right? She's got her phone with her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she was being allowed to speak with somebody on that phone,
I
wasn't
do
she?
too.
Yes, sir.
All right, we have no idea what that person on that phone said to Miss Brown, do we?
No, sir.
Okay, so they could have said, "Is your dad dead?" Right? They could have said anything, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and she's been sent into a frenzy and she's confused. And you can't medically rule out what was caused, or not rule out, but you can't medically testify what was going on that was causing her to be confused, right?
I don't know why she was confused.
Okay, so then you can't say that it was because of intoxication then, can you? You just said you don't know why she was confused.
That's what it appeared to be.
Okay. Now, at some point, we can agree that EMS made the mistake of telling her that at 8:29 p.m. Can we just agree that that's when that happened?
Yes, sir. That's what-
EMS, you weren't in there, but EMS did that, right? Or,
It
well,
was fire-
firefighter or somebody, a
fire
first
or
responder
EMS.
did that, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then some 18 minutes later, you arrive at the hospital, right? Can we agree on that?
I don't know how long it was.
Okay.
Let there be light.
And sometime around the time that she arrives at the hospital, she had become confused as to who was dead and what was going on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now I'm going to fast forward this a little bit here. And your training and experience would be to go meet a phlebotomist at the hospital and get the blood, right?
In most cases, yes.
Okay.
All right, before he starts this again, Hamilton, I agree with you. This is probably not an incident where I don't think they would have done. He's got to do what he's got to do. But I'm with Hamilton that they wouldn't do that because there was an accident. It was a fatal one. So agree with that. I also didn't know that the walk and turn was considered scientific. The eye thing, I understand because you can't control it, but people 100% sober can't do the leg stand and the walk and turn. You cannot pass those tests. I've even seen an officer trying to give somebody an example of it and fail himself. I'm from Tennessee now. He couldn't do it either. And he kind of chuckled and was like, okay, no, try again. Well, does that person get to try again? And Stormy, this comment made me laugh because I was asleep before 9 o'clock last night. I was so tired with the stupid time change, but I'm generally in bed at 8 o'clock. So, don't judge. Really? I can't. The walk and turn? Oh, I can't hide your comment. The walk and turn is scientific? And the walk and talk? I can't even speak anymore. The one-eyed leg stand. I have not been drinking. This is water. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it sober. I don't understand how it's scientific. Well, see, now that makes sense. But I've also heard the officers testify to that it's a distracted it's what did they call it? It's some kind of a distraction test too. I can't remember what they called it though. Yeah, that is only water, I swear. It's Monday. I think it is scientific that no one can do it. I've never seen anybody pass, ever. And I don't want to see what's up his nose. But yeah, I have a feeling the eye one I get because you can't control the stagnus thing, that test or whatever. You can't control if your eyes are bouncing. Carmen can say her ABCs backwards perfectly. She can say them backwards better than she can say them forward. She had to learn them backwards, not because of anything to do with this, but back in something we were doing back when she was in school. But she can do it perfectly. I have a very old video of her doing it. And she had been drinking. She just whipped them off. All right. I have a feeling we are going to hear a lot of with her training and experience and don't recall from this officer today.
I understand. Saying Mohawks. I don't know it's a place so everywhere that I live you. And then I didn't do it. I did not make this to my people. That's
And jury summer hour, and that's it. So none of her friends.
All right, so you're in the emergency room now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it is 8:48 or 20:48 military time and 8:48 PM Central Time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is your body camera, and you're in the room with her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a tourniquet on her arm right there, isn't it?
It appears to be.
Appears to be a tourniquet on her arm. Somebody's talking about giving blood, aren't they?
I'm not sure.
Let me run that back and we'll listen for it.
Where is my sister? I need my sister.
And then Fred and jury summer hour, and that's it. So none of her friends or family are allowed in here.
He said just blood, didn't he?
Yes, sir. I did hear that.
Okay.
Please, her name is Heather. You give her she works at Natchez.
The doctor working on her right now. Pulling out at her. Not him.
All right, he's drawing her blood right there. Ready to get on the right?
problem.
Play it a little farther and then ask again, okay?
Yes, sir.
It just hurts so bad for mom and my dad. Oh, it hurts so bad. I love him so much.
We need help. We'll just stand by the door, make sure she doesn't do anything crazy.
I'm so sorry.
Well, we'll just stand right here, but.
I'm so sorry.
Is that a phlebotomist right there?
I'm unsure, sir.
You're not sure?
No, sir.
I don't know if he'll if they'll play it again. Hamilton, I guess they might.
I see vials. I don't know if they have blood in them.
Okay, but you saw the tourniquet on her arm, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But there's scientific objective evidence right there, correct? Based on your training and experience, this is.
Objection, Judge. She already said she didn't know what was in the vials.
Sustained.
Did you investigate what was in the vials?
No, sir.
You didn't investigate what was in the vials?
No, sir.
Okay. So did you find out later from Mr. Summerhour that there was indeed blood drawn from the hospital?
No, sir.
You did not find that out. You're sure about that? He didn't come to you and tell you that. You're positive that didn't happen.
I'm not positive it didn't happen. I don't recall.
Okay. But you said no first, but now you're saying you just don't recall, right?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay. But that would be something that you would want to investigate if you were going to call somebody intoxicated, wouldn't it?
Investigating those vials?
Mm-hmm.
No, sir.
So you wouldn't investigate for potential scientific evidence there on the scene?
At this point, we haven't read her implied consent. So that was not my concern at the time because we weren't going to get blood at that point.
You never gotten blood from a hospital before?
I have.
Okay. You know when somebody comes in like that, they draw blood, don't you?
Normally they do.
Okay.
Based on your training and
You-
experience.
You didn't feel like it was, you weren't paying attention that there was a tourniquet on her arm and blood being drawn. Whether it happened or not, you weren't paying attention to that.
That was not my concern at the time.
Okay. But your training and experience would be to go straight to the hospital, meet a phlebotomist, get a blood kit, right?
And in most cases, yes.
Okay. How, you knew about this firefighter setting her off, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so this is at 2049 that we're sitting at here. At what point did you tell the medical staff that had happened?
At what point did I tell them that?
True story.
That somebody had upset her to the point to where she was screaming about her fiance being passed away? That somebody had broke medical protocol and told her that?
It was a little bit after this. I'm not sure what time it was.
Okay. Was it when Dr. Lippert confronted you?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, who'd you tell?
I talked to the guy in the all blue. I don't know his name.
Which blue?
Okay. And then at 9:24 p.m., you make the decision to go in there and straighten her out again, right? Even though you knew that that was going to set her back off. You just thought it was the right thing to do because she was confused, right?
Because she thought two people
Right.
were dead. Yes,
Right.
I thought I was doing something
Okay.
good.
So,
her
and you
too.
gotten information that there was things coming from her phone to the outside of the hospital, and there was this story being told and that story being told. And so you made the choice to tell her that, and you knew in advance that it was gonna set her off again, right?
I knew it was a possibility.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
And it did, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, she screamed loud. She became suicidal after that, didn't she?
I don't know at what point she became suicidal.
She
Okay.
said she didn't want to live over and over and over again.
Now,
Any other person you would consider that being that.
I want to back up to one thing that was not played yesterday, and this is your first encounter with Dr. Liver.
This ought to be good. First encounter with Dr. Pister pissed me off.
Okay. Just a real quick. EMS told her about the death. Okay? So I told her it was not her dad, it was her boyfriend. Well, this guy, he's like, oh, what are you doing? Tell people not to look for dad in an emergency room, blah, blah, blah. I was like, EMS already told her. He's like, okay, and they shouldn't have done that. I was like, okay, well. Yeah, I was like, I don't work here. How am I supposed to know your rules? And he's like, well, you don't do that. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, anything else? He's like, no. And he's torn it off. And that's why he's standing there like that. Goodness. And I don't really feel much business or anything, but they did. And she knows someone's dead. And she thought it was her dad. And she's screaming. So like, yeah, I was like, you didn't kill your dad. I mean.
So like I was telling her, we don't have partners, I know that's, I don't know which one, and authorities,
It was EMS worker.
okay. Who are they? You don't say, and your boyfriend's dead, and you can't believe that's like, you know.
Okay, well, like I said, she was aware of that when she came in here.
I'm aware of it. I
Okay,
saw her when she came in.
okay, then I don't,
Don't stop talking.
no, I'm not gonna stop talking.
We
It
didn't see
doesn't
this.
look like that.
It does, this is my emergency.
Okay,
I'm gonna stop, I'm gonna finish.
okay, you can finish.
In fact, that is his emergency room, isn't it? He's the attending physician, correct?
He works there, correct?
He was the attending physician that night, wasn't he?
I wouldn't say
Wow.
it's his emergency room. I would say he works there.
Did you say it was your emergency room?
No,
More than
sir.
him? Okay.
Do not confirm that, because people don't know what's going on. And when there's a lot going on after a car crash where somebody died and they're already freaking out and they potentially need an exam, you don't go in and confirm somebody's dead when they're in emotional distress. Let us, it's our job, do that. You
Okay,
can do your investigation, but don't confirm that. That is our job. She's now still distressed, and I cannot get her to agree to the exam. She's not in a right mental state of mind, I will come to the discharge and her further because of that.
Okay, he just said she's not in the right frame of mind, and he didn't even feel comfortable discharging her because of the distress, right? Talking about the distress of her finding out by EMS, and then whatever you did later to, whether you thought it was right or not, right? That's what the doctor just said, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and he is a physician at that hospital, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Because for all I know, because for all I know, she got a fucking brain bleed. Now you speak.
Yep.
okay, and like I said, EMS is the one that confirmed their death, okay?
I'm aware of that. But
She
you don't,
was-
you don't confirm it in there when I get her to calm down and listen to us and then go in there and say, oh, yeah, your boyfriend's dead.
Okay, she was already told that.
I don't care. People are told that kind of shit and they forget it. She was asking me, is somebody dead? Are they dead? If they don't know and they don't remember, you let them think that. You don't confirm it again when they calm down. When they calm down, you talk to them and make sure they can get an exam or clearly tell them they don't want one.
Okay, and like I said, we don't know your rules here.
I know.
You are letting us know now, and now we know.
I don't know when she's gonna be cleared, because she's refusing exams, but she's saying stuff that's concerning potential suffering.
Alright, that's what.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, and that's Officer Huff there with you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were training him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm laughing at
You
you.
calling this investigation a shit show?
I wouldn't say I was calling the investigation a shit show.
Well, how many times that night do you think you said the word shit show? If you had to guess.
A few times.
A few times. Okay.
Yeah, I'm wondering, know all that.
Sorry, I needed to play something else right there.
Okay, just so we're clear. And now we know.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, could you hear what Officer Huff was saying right there?
No, sir, I couldn't make it out.
Who's that?
Play that again. I want you to listen carefully as to what Officer Huff said to you.
I'm wondering, know all that.
Not far enough back, sir.
Go back far enough, won't you?
Yeah, I'm wondering, know all that.
Keep going.
He called the doctor a jerk off, didn't he?
I'm sorry, I can't make out what exactly he
My
said.
closed captions got it. They didn't get it any other
I'll
time.
play it one more time and let you listen to that real close.
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance.
What is the relevance, Mr. Wright?
Well, Judge, she
Hold on
gave
a
it
second. Ladies and gentlemen, step across the hallway. All right, let's, what is the state's position? Your objection is as to relevance, is that correct?
Yes, Judge. I cannot imagine what.
Hey, so I just got an email. Chrissy, you can't post links. I was going to ask you if you were trying to post a link. I can shut this down. I think. Let me reply. So I am going to do a interview with Mr. Tucker. His hearing is done, and so let me respond to him real quick and see if he's talking 3 this time or 3 his time. Because if he's talking 3 this time, I'll have to shut this down real quick. But I may not have got. Let me see if I'm reading this right. Oh, he's got an interview at 3. Dang it. So I'll do it after. If it's 3 Eastern. Dang it. I want my response. Yeah, I don't know if he's talking because he's in Oregon. He didn't come in for that one. He did it by Zoom. Dang it, I wish I would have saw this 20 minutes ago. He has it, he must maybe recorded it on Zoom. He says, "Yeah, I have an interview at 3, but I don't know if that's which time zone. I'm posting up the hearing today in just a sec so everyone can see what's up." So if he can't do 3, if it's not 3, if it's 3 his time, that's 6 my time. I don't know who he's doing at 3, but he's but he's like, "Either way, you're both beating the networks." Oh, this was just a hearing today, Hamilton, for the next trial. This was, the last hearing, or was supposed to be the last pretrial hearing, but he said, that they were doing some motions today, and he was gonna do a motion to dismiss. And then, um so I'm not sure. I was hoping we would get a trial date today. I don't know if we did or if we didn't. So he may have been able to record it, uh, on Zoom. So, I'll play this until I get a response. Dang it, I wish I would have saw this 20 minutes ago. I just noticed that I had a 2 up there on my email that I've been staring at all day except for 20 minutes. All right. We'll play this again until I figure out something.
Possible relevance, the specific insult that the training officer Huff had for the doctor who had just spoken has to the case in chief, or even to the defense's case.
Well, is that it?
That was it.
Well, Judge, to respond, she gave an opinion yesterday that that Ms. Brown was clearly intoxicated, and it was based on no scientific evidence. And first off, this entire tape is already in evidence. So I think the relevance objection might be a little bit late.
No, Chrissy.
But
I just was
it goes to show the disregard for objective scientific medical proof.
We have a blood test in this case, correct?
We don't have that blood test, and Officer Summerer has testified previously at a suppression hearing that there was blood in there. We know that.
So you're saying that because we didn't have an initial blood test, that was the test that was drawn on the sample from the hospital, but was later a blood test taken of the defendant by both her voluntary consent and a search warrant, if I recall correctly. Is that right?
The court ruled that it was voluntary, yes, sir.
And so I've already ruled on the issue of the admissibility of the blood test, and that blood test is going to show what her blood alcohol level was. So I'm trying to figure out what the statements between her and the officer on the scene, or even this argument between her and the doctor, has to do with the issue of intoxication.
Well, Judge, I think this blood sample that was drawn before that
by the hospital
was almost 2 hours closer in time to when this accident occurred. So it's going to be it would have been the best evidence.
And that's a question that you can ask certainly of the expert witness who testifies about the sample that was drawn under the voluntary consent and the search warrant. But what you're asking is questions about, you're introducing at this point a statement between the 2 officers that are standing there, and you're questioning her about that. And how does that make more true or less true the facts that we have to present to the jury? That's the issue of relevance. Does a piece of evidence make something more true or less true?
I understand, Your Honor. And the answer to that is that she was allowed to give a blanket conclusion statement based on no scientific evidence yesterday.
saying that Ms. Brown was clearly intoxicated. And there's a medical doctor on there saying that he can't discharge her because she might need an exam, completely due to the distress that she was administered.
All right, assume that's true. Assume that everything you just said is true. How does that make any less true that she was intoxicated at the time of the wreck?
Well, Judge, I mean, I go back. What she said yesterday didn't make it more or less true. It wasn't based on anything.
Did you object to it?
I did object to it, Your Honor, and I moved to strike the testimony as a conclusory allegation.
You did, Your Honor. Come on.
You've established that through your testimony or your questioning up to this point, that those were the issues. The objection to relevance went to, at this point, the question of whether or not there was going to be anything having to do with that conversation. That was where Mr. Arnold objected. And I'm ruling that it is not relevant on that issue, testifying as to what this conversation is with, or replaying an audio between her and the other officer that might have been insulting by the other officer to the doctor in question. ERs are chaotic. I've been in them, and they are chaotic, and things happen quickly, and it's not always a clear picture of what happens. But that doesn't, in my opinion, make relevant conversations between her and her fellow officers at the scene, unless it directly were to go to contradict what she said in her testimony yesterday about the fact that she was clearly intoxicated. I don't see how that conversation that Mr. Arnold has objected to has anything to do with it.
Well, may I respond to that significantly in that way? It goes to show, Your Honor, that they were ignoring, they've attributed all this confusion. We listened to all this yesterday, all this confusion. They're trying to use that as substantive proof of intoxication. All I'm trying to do is impeach that with their disregard for Dr. Lippert's opinion and for readily available blood evidence. And we'll get into that with Sergeant Summerhour about that with the search warrant that he had for the hospital blood. He's acknowledged that in the suppression hearing. It was a long suppression hearing, and he's acknowledged that blood was there. He acknowledges it later to her, if I need to refresh her memory. I'm not saying that she said that, I'm not saying that Sergeant Reproval misspoke earlier, but there was a conversation with Sergeant Summerhour and her out in the hallway that this blood existed. So it just goes to show that Dr. Lippert couldn't discharge her because he couldn't examine her. And so what they're calling substantive evidence of intoxication, I've got a statement made for the purpose of medical diagnosis and treatment for Ms. Brown that's already been admitted. It's already been admitted and moved into evidence as Exhibit 5 yesterday. And that disregard for that scientific proposition is what I'm trying to impeach her about.
Disregard for the scientific proposition that there was a blood sample taken by the hospital, which cannot be obtained by the state unless, or the law enforcement, unless it is by either consent or by a search warrant validly executed. And two, that the doctor in question said because she is agitated, he cannot release her at this point in time because he cannot confirm what her condition is. Those two things are what you're trying to.
And the fact that she was distressed. So this confusion has been, the state's made great hay out of this confusion. And I've got a doctor right here.
And you have asked that question, and that question has been answered to her extent of what it is. And the objection that was lodged was to the relevance of the playing of the conversation between her and her fellow officer, which I'm going to sustain that objection. But my question is, what else is there? You've established what the doctor has said, and what else is it that you're intending to do while we have the jury out so that we don't have to go? There is a point of relevance that I understand you're making, but there is also a point where you exceed the relevance by continuing to ask about those particular questions.
No, I mean, Your Honor, it just appears
to me to be a blatant disregard for the treatment.
And that's a
So,
great
I
argument
mean,
you can
that's-
make to the jury. But I'm just asking in the form of questioning, what is it that you intend to ask this witness beyond what you've already asked her about these issues? Because there may be some relevance on the point you're making, but whether the probable cause existed and whether she opined that it was or not, that she thought there was probable cause, she thought she was drunk, or whatever that happened on that scene. We also have a blood test with the results that show 0.16 that has been ruled to be admissible by this court in pre-trial proceedings. And so my point is that whether or not she was or was not intoxicated, in her opinion, is not as relevant as whether or not what the objections are, or whether the revelations are going to be from a toxicologist or a TBI lab, where whoever the state intends to bring in to testify about the effects of a blood test of that amount. So it seems to me we're talking about things that aren't going to be very relevant. Whether she thought she was intoxicated or not, how is that going to be relevant in view of the blood test itself?
Judge, that was the objection I made yesterday when she was allowed to testify to it.
Well, there's a point where she was allowed to testify about that because it was showing the process of why there was a need for a search warrant and why they were going to ask for blood evidence. The way I understood it, and that was the basis for it. But it's clearly an investigating officer on the scene who observes, and what you've now brought out, it goes to the credibility of the witness, and you can argue that to the jury as to whether or not she was credible about her observations about the defendant on the scene and whether that constituted a grounds to determine she was intoxicated. But what I cannot allow is the argument seeming to be forming that the jury should disregard the blood test that the court has already ruled are admissible because this officer is maybe not having enough evidence to determine that she was actually intoxicated. So
Which one?
I'm just alerting you to the fact that you cannot get around the blood test by trying to argue that the officers didn't have probable cause because they didn't have formed an opinion. That is an issue that's already been ruled, and I don't want to mislead the jury into thinking that they can disregard the blood testing results.
And while we have the jury out, Your Honor, I mean, I'm not trying to ask them to disregard that on any kind of grounds like that. But what I do think, and I believe I could question this witness and other witnesses that would say that a blood test from 48 minutes after the wreck would be more reliable and more probative.
I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
That is something that you can make, but that's a far cry away from asking this officer, didn't her partner call the doctor, whatever he called him.
Jerk off.
Let's stick to the issues that you're trying to make and not muddy up the water about that issue. I understand what you're arguing is
I feel
a
like I'm too
valid
old.
point. An earlier blood test would show a more appropriate level of intoxication or lack of intoxication as to that. And certainly that's a question for a TBI expert if in fact the state calls one. That's the process you go into. Is she on an increase at the time which she had been increasing in her alcohol level that's shown by a blood test following an accident, or depends on when she quit drinking? We all know how those questions go to the expert. Or was it on a decrease? Had she been more intoxicated, or was it coming down from that? Those are questions that an expert can answer. And all I'm trying to ascertain is that is there something else about what happened on that day and that question, questioning this officer about the interactions with the medical staff and so forth, that goes to that issue, then I'll allow you to ask those questions. You pretty much identified that she doesn't know what was in the vial, and you've asked her about whether or not Officer Summerall made a comment to her in that. What else do you have to ask her while the jury's out that's going to go to that issue?
I guess the only thing, just to clear up before we bring the jury back in, is the state now going to dispute that there was a blood sample drawn right there? Because there was blood in there and we had testimony at the suppression hearing. So if the state's going to dispute whether or not is that a dispute?
state going to dispute whether or not there was a blood drawn by the hospital?
If Officer Summerhour is willing to testify that what's in those vials is blood, as I believe he did at the suppression hearing, then that's what his testimony is going to be, Judge. I believe he also testified at the suppression hearing that the reason why he did not execute a search warrant to get the hospital drawn blood was that ultimately somebody at the hospital had told him that they did not have blood, contrary to what appears to be vials and a phlebotomist in that room.
Well, it's a fair argument for
all
the
that's
defense.
going to come out, sure.
It's a fair argument for the defense to make that an earlier blood test would be a more accurate showing of what the blood was close to time, what the blood was close to the accident. It's a question of, once we establish that, how much more are we needing to bring in?
Yes, Judge. I'm not going to dispute whatever it is Sergeant Summerhour is going to testify to. I'm also not going to attempt to predict it. I believe it's been 9 months since that suppression hearing or something like that. So,
Judge?
What are we laughing
I
at,
guess
sir?
if we're not going to go too much farther on cross-examining her as to her, Officer Sergeant Reprogel, about her opinion yesterday, I'd ask the court to issue a limiting instruction to the jury that her opinion yesterday was not based on scientific proof.
You're asking me to instruct the jury on a question of fact.
I'm asking the court to instruct the jury that it wasn't based on any scientific proof.
And that's based on scientific proof. You're asking me to instruct the jury on a point of fact, whether or not it was or was not based upon scientific fact. She has testified that she based it upon the overall interactions and observations in her training. But you're asking me to make a determination factually that it was not based upon fact and instructing the jury to not make that finding.
I'm not asking the court to say that it wasn't based on fact. I'm just asking the court to instruct the jury that it wasn't based on scientific proof.
I'm not going to do that because I don't think that's an appropriate. I mean, you're asking me to make a ruling conclusively establishing a fact when the jurors are the trier of fact in the case. The question of whether or not her observations were or were not based upon scientific evidence and scientific fact and training is a question for the jury. Although it's not the ultimate question because it only goes to a part of the investigation. It doesn't go to the real issue about the intoxication level, but it also allows you to argue that maybe she wasn't as intoxicated at the time of the wreck as they try to portray. So I am going to deny your request that I instruct the jury to find as a matter of fact that the officer's observations were not based upon scientific fact because in this court's opinion that transgresses onto the purview of the jury who are the triers of fact. It is not a point that reaches as a matter of law that I can then rule. So respectfully deny your request.
Hilarious.
Before we call him back in, may I have one moment?
But yesterday, the judge did let her say what she was thinking because she said, I had to do this because she was thinking. He should not have done that. I get what this guy's arguing. He's just not going to get there. Oh, no, he's
Judge,
not.
I do want to
He's cute.
go into a line of questioning about just briefly a little further about what she may have done or not done to obtain a sample if there was one. And then
I think that's fair game, but I think, again, getting into the discussions with the doctor about, and I understand the point of that you've made, and the state hadn't objected, and certainly I wouldn't cut you off. But at this point, I think that's what you've indicated you intend to ask is a fair line of inquiry. So we will bring the jury back and we'll let you ask those questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He did object. He absolutely objected to that it was speculation, and the judge overruled it. So, Gabby, if my hair's bugging you, it's bugging me too, and I'm only in the state that I'm in because when I got into the last couple of years of my 40s, and definitely when I turned 50, my hair started growing. I got a cowlick here, so because I always had bangs. And was just done fighting it. Absolutely. So I'm like, well, I guess I'll grow my hair out and then everybody else will get bangs and I won't have bangs anymore. Other than I'm just always the only one that had bangs. But yes, it's in a they're in a bad way. So they're like this long and unruly. But I feel like being over 50, I don't know about wearing a little clip in it.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I
Well,
sent you across the way, there was an objection lodged by the state
50 and
as
a
to questions that were going to the conversation between the officer and the
Yeah.
two officers at the scene. I have sustained that on the question of relevance. In my opinion, that conversation doesn't add to or take away anything from the proof in the case. So therefore, I would ask you to disregard or instruct you to disregard that question. You may proceed, Mr. Spratt.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Reprobel, had there been blood there, that
You're fine, Hamilton.
a blood sample,
Problem
we
is-
can agree that a blood sample closer to the time somebody was allegedly driving would be better evidence of whether or not somebody was impaired, right?
I believe so.
I mean, ideally, in a DUI situation.
That's
immediately when the blue
that's,
lights are happening, right? That's gonna give you your best evidence in a case, right?
I would think so, yes, sir.
Okay.
It would have been
Because
worse
that's when you
for
have to show
her.
when they were impaired, right? While they were driving.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And so there was the possibility that this blood was here in this emergency room about 48 minutes after the
I
wreck,
may
right?
go get one.
There's a possibility.
She had a tourniquet on her arm. We agreed on that, and there were vials right there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you never yourself tried to apply for a judicial subpoena or a search warrant to get that
given.
blood, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. And that, you know of no other time in the 48 minutes from that point backwards to the wreck, you know of no other time that anyone else took blood, do you?
No, sir.
From the scene to there, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you recall on the scene that EMS was concerned, wanted to have Miss Brown sedated?
No, sir.
You don't recall that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you recall the emergency room staff wanting to have her sedated?
No, sir.
You don't recall that happening, that they take something to sedate her?
No, sir.
Are you saying it didn't occur?
I'm not saying it didn't occur. I'm saying I don't recall that.
And did you at one point suggest to her that she take medicine from the doctor?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you saying that didn't happen?
No, sir, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I didn't recall that happening.
You've testified previously to hearing in this matter, haven't you?
Can you repeat the question?
You've testified previously in a hearing regarding some of this stuff, haven't you, about a year ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you testified that you had suggested to Miss Brown that she take some sort of sedative, if you testified then, would that have been the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think for the young women, they might be making a comeback. I think I'm over that threshold. I was over that threshold probably in the 90s when they were out because I was an 80s child. I had big hair, perms, bows.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
She recalls nothing that's going to hurt her.
Arnold?
Good morning, Sergeant.
White rain.
Good morning, sir.
My mom used Aquanet.
Let's back up. There were a lot of questions about training and experience. Okay. So I want to ask you, and think for a minute, because this is sort of a big question.
how many intoxicated people do you think you've been around as a law enforcement officer in the city of Dixon?
A lot. I can't give you a certain number, but it's been a lot.
Would it be at least dozens, if not hundreds?
Objection, lady.
Say, don't lead the witness.
Oh, the defense got an objection.
Have you had occasion to be around people? Tell us a little bit more about that. Like, give us some circumstances in which types of cases, just generally over the years.
We get calls for intoxicated subjects out in public. We deal with that a lot, or intoxicated drivers, obviously. If another officer has a DUI, we always back them up. So we see a lot of intoxicated subjects just in general.
I have you by 9
So
years.
does your training and experience include all those experiences?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of intoxicants do you guys encounter?
People under the influence of alcohol, drugs.
And you personally, have you had occasion, even before you were a police officer, to witness people intoxicated by alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Now, and remind me, how long have you been with the Dixon Police Department?
6.5 years. It'll be 7 years in September.
And while you've been with the Dixon Police Department, has it ever been their practice or policy to interrupt medical treatment to make a criminal case?
No, sir.
So have you ever stopped medical treatment to have somebody walk 9 steps or do a one-leg stand or any of that?
No, sir.
Wouldn't that be against policy?
Objection, this witness is not qualified to testify to Dixon police policy.
You're saying that a field training officer and a sergeant would not be qualified to say what the policy was of the police department?
They don't make the policy. He's wanting him to speak for the public position of the police department.
Overrule, I think she's as
I
a
think you
training
can
officer.
answer that one.
Now, as a sergeant, she can testify as what she understands that policy to be. She's not the one who promulgates it, but she's the one who might enforce it overall.
Yes, sir.
And
come on.
Even if you don't remember specifically, would you encourage a person to cooperate with treatment?
Yes, sir.
Would that be pretty much always?
Yes, sir.
Except in the hospital, apparently. She doesn't follow their policies.
Right. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Perhaps you may.
Thank you.
Why is the other guy objecting?
Sergeant Reproval, is it Dixon Police Department policy to interrupt medical treatment to exacerbate somebody's emotional distress so that they can't get medical treatment? Is that the Dixon Police Department's policy?
No, sir, I don't believe it says
Okay.
that.
And
Exactly.
okay, and that's what you did, wasn't it? When you went in there and told her and confirmed to her something against the advice of her treating physician and set her off.
Can you repeat the question, please?
You did not follow, is it the Dixon Police Department's policy to more or less seize control of an emergency room? And decide that you're going to be the one to tell Miss Brown to set her straight when she has a treating physician that specifically told you that that's not how that's supposed to go. No matter what had happened with the firefighter telling her. Wasn't your job to try to fix it, was it? Is that in your policies and procedures?
I don't believe it says anything in policy for or against that.
Okay, so you think it was appropriate to do that?
At the time, yes, sir.
Anything further?
No, Judge.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down and we'll release you from the subpoena. Mr. Arnold, you have another witness?
Yes,
Okay.
Judge, the state's next witness is retired Sergeant Jerry Summerhour of the Dixon Police Department.
All right, we're gonna save the rest of this for Wednesday. I have not gotten a reply back yet, so I will what'd you do, Hamilton? Do we need bail money? I can't, Chrissy, on StreamYard where I can put all your guys' chats up. If I try to put the sticker up that you sent, it looks like this. Oops, it looks like Gabby says. It looks like this. Oh no, not the hopscotch. Okay, so I don't have a response yet, and it's 3 p.m. our time, obviously, or my time. So I'm gonna assume he meant 3 p.m. Eastern time. Oh, I got it. Okay. So we're all good. Put your money back. Gabby, put your brass knuckles away. She's all good. So I'm going to go ahead and end this. I will wait to get a response. So just keep your eye out. And as soon as I, yeah, you were going to draw the hopscotch. You're going to draw chalk outline around the body. I know what you're going to do. So I will wait till get a response, and then I will throw up a link or whatever. Yeah, but I don't know if he meant our time or his time because he's Pacific time. So he would be noon. And so I have no idea. So I'm assuming he meant 3 his time or my time. Oh, also, I just saw that the Delphi trial has been moved up to May 13th. Breaking news. Which also I think is you guys, I'm going to have to straighten you out here in just 1 second. But I think that's the same time as Sarah Boone. And I don't know that Delphi is going to be televised because that judge is being a jerk off. She's being a jerk off. And really shady. All right, you guys. He had an interview at 3. But I don't know if that was 3 my time, Eastern time, or his time, which is 6 my time. So, or 12 Chrissy time. Yes, you're on his time. So I'm waiting. If it was 3 my time, he's doing an interview right now. So I have to wait for him to respond to my email. And then once I get that and I get a time, now I'm going to choke. I will throw it. I will put it up. And it's going to be purple because I've already made it purple so it looks different than all the rest of the stuff. And oh my goodness. All right, you guys, you be nice when we do this. Gabby, have all your detective questions ready. I got to get my questions ready. I got to make sure that I got all my ducks in a row too. It'll be later for sure. So I think we're trying to schedule around another thing he's got to do. So he just has an interview at 3. I don't know what that I just don't know. Talk about Franklin Tucker. He's going to come on here. I just don't know what time, but it's going to be today. We'll get an update on his hearing. We'll just get an update, period. We can ask questions. Gabby's going to be so professional because she promised. Pinky swear. I'm going to fix my hair so I'm not doing this the whole day. Did you mean why? Did you mean why DA hate you so much? I don't have a top hat. I don't have a top hat. Yes, so keep your eyes peeled. I will post it as soon as I know something. If for some reason, I'm sure he's a very busy fella. If it doesn't happen today, we'll get it done. Hamilton, I don't have a question on like why Mansfield, or AKA Peter Pan, has such a grudge against him, but I do have a question because I don't see anything, at least on what I can pull up, on his Florida Monroe County record, and I don't know if there's another one floating around out there. He didn't have anything bad. He had a couple of misdemeanors. He had a marine infraction and a misdemeanor. So I'm just wondering what put him on Penny Phelps's radar, because she's just seemed to have zeroed in immediately. And I don't understand why him. What did he, because it's not like he had this big long rap sheet. So I don't understand that. It wasn't in where Travis said it was, at that person's house that he went to under the air conditioning thingy. Those are my professional words. I thought she got fired because of this, how she handled this investigation. Well, that would explain why she had such a grudge then. So okay. Oh, I gotta hide that one. Yeah, I just don't trust Travis. I think Travis fully knew. No, she got fired. Yeah, you're almost there. Hey, I'm going to be doing I think the Tucker interview today. So if you can stay awake. Carmen is totally she's working first shift this week. So she's 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. instead of 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. So she's tired. Okay, I do think I heard that. Yeah. So I don't need to put that back. So the one on the stand was Malone. I'm not sure what time yet, Carmen. I'm waiting for him to email me back, but I think he's doing an interview right now. Detective Malone, which he had on the stand that we felt bad for, she got demoted. Okay, I will, Carmen. She got demoted. Captain Phelps got fired. And then, yes, the voluptuous, the fluffy lady. The one that he kept on the stand for a really long time and then came back. He called her as one of his, I think his only witness. Um, Phelps got fired. Something happened with the prosecutor. She got in trouble, so she got taken off, right? And then if the article I read that I found out that um, Mansfield was a former judge was uh you guys uh a bunch of like all the prosecutors seem to have exited at around the same not saying the same time as his or the prosecutor that got in trouble for him, but all the prosecutors at some point exited. And then this guy, he comes back down off the bench to become the prosecutor. It's weird. So, what's going on down there? I mean, Mr. Tucker has said it is corrupt down there and has been for a really long time. So, when all your prosecutors make a mass exodus at the same time, I mean, within a short period of time of each other, that's a lot. That's a big deal. Somebody's doing something. I don't know. Absolutely. I think he would agree with you on that. And he probably would agree with you on that. Don't watch out for BK. If this trial has a Burger King in it, wouldn't that be our 4th in a row, whether they're current or not, that have had Burger King in them? No, 5. Wait, 4. Bell, Montgomery, Martise Fuller, Tucker. It would be 5. It'd be 5 in a row that have a Burger King in it. If this has a Burger King. That will be hilarious. Oh my. All right. I really have to go get ready for this, even though I don't know what time it's gonna be yet, because I wanna be ready to go. And I want videos of the flip and the somersault, please. I don't go to my BK. That was one good thing about 2020. One is, we quit eating fast food, and we have not gone back. But the one thing about Burger King, you know if you order onion rings, you're always gonna find a french fry, and if you order french fries, you're always gonna find an onion ring. Chrissy's the only one that has a good BK, and then we're all just going, "Don't go in don't go in there." You'll be on trial before you know it. Yes. Yes, we have proven anything on this channel. Burger King is dangerous. Oh, Chrissy's taking it might be a good Whopper, but she's taking her life in her hands. That is just the combination from hell right there. Ah, see, Stormy comes in with the scoop. It's not funny. It's not funny. Yes, to be safe. Yes. I can't DoorDash where I live because I'm too far out of town. But also Yes. But I told my husband that if people start parking on the side of our road on April 8th, I'm gonna be like, they can come into our front yard and park for $20, but they can't use my bathroom. I have woods. They can go in the woods. Number one, no number twos. You gotta hold that. Well, my husband, then he one up me because where Brandon lives, it's his dad, it's my husband's dad's and his and my husband's grandpa, that's their old farm. So he was like, heck, I'll just rent whatever, however big a square he said, for $500 for the whole weekend. I'm like, why are we not doing this? Because it's right by the road. It's clear. You can see the whole thing. Oh yeah, my dogs would hate it. Hera, my youngest Dane, would be like, oh my gosh, I love everyone and everything. My second oldest Dane would be scared to death. He is scared of everything. Fortunately, I haven't seen him, knock on wood. I don't know if my septic tank could take it. I'd be like, we'll just start auctioning off and hope you guys get the highest dollar amount. Alrighty. I really do need to go so I can get ready if this does happen. I know we've said it like 1,000 times. So hard to say goodbye to you guys. Yeah, go fix my hair. All right, so keep your eyes out, keep your eyes peeled, turn your notifications on so you get notified. I will, Gabby. Yes, I will put up something because he asked me if I wanted to do it a different day so I could advertise a little bit. I'm gonna scoop those networks if I can. So we'll just do it. We'll do it and let it be whatever it's gonna be. All right. Hopefully, I will see you guys in a little bit. If not, I'll see you guys Wednesday morning at 10:30 a.m. and we will Eastern time, and we will continue on with this trial. I'm not really sure how it's going to go. So I will see you guys hopefully in a little bit. So enjoy your time away from me. See ya.